Good morning. Welcome to Commissioners Court's regular session, July 13th. Have a full quorum present. Carrie certified the meeting was properly posted.
Yes, sir.
Please rise for prayer and pledges. James Ray.
Our Father, we humbly bow before you this morning. We seek your presence in this courtroom, that you may give these commissioners and the judge wisdom to make the decisions for the rest of Walker County. Father, we know the burden they carry, trying to take little and make much of it. But Father, we know that you're in control and can handle it. Father, we ask that you guide these gentlemen and they seek you in your presence. Father, the scripture verse that I'm quoting this morning is found in Psalm chapter 34 and verse 14. It says, "Depart from evil and do good. Seek peace and pursue it." Father, I want to focus on the seek peace and pursue it. Father, we know that you are the author of peace and that you can provide peace in our lives. But Father, the pursuing it is something we need to rely on your Holy Spirit to work out in all of our lives. May you guide these gentlemen in this court and all those that represent their offices by the power of your Holy Spirit. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Allegiance to the flag, United States of America,
And to the republic. One nation.
indivisible,
With liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, one state, one and indivisible.
I didn't receive any citizens input. I got any? All right, consent agenda contains 10 items.
agenda.
I got a motion and I got a second.
Second what?
Motion and a second. All in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries. We're gonna skip to number 17. Discuss and take action on status of bailiff operation, the Walker County Cook Office.
Morning, I appreciate y'all letting me come talk. Know that y'all had a number of folks talk to you the years. About the bailiff agreement, how it impacts the constable's operation. This was something that was put in place by Judge Keepling. And since that time, number of criminal and civil cases keeps increasing. This summer, Mr. Durham has doubled his efforts in the grand jury to be caught up on they get current, so that cases come in, they present them to the grand jury. They cause them to double the amount of cases that died each month. So what that does to Judge Sorn is it increases the number of cases. The only way we can take care of cases is to have more trial dates, to give people off cases. And so as we've gone forward, we've increased the number of court dates that we're requiring constables to be there. And so I know that some of them have been here and talked to y'all about wanting deputies and not being able to fulfill all their duties because of that. I know that in this year that we're scheduled to have court, Judge Sorensen and I in Walker County. $208 out of the 249 days that are business days. Of those, 35 of them, there's going to be 2 courts in session, whether that's CPS, AG, or both she and I have in court. that's just adding court dates. And so that's among 4 constables, that's adding to that workload. We have met, we've talked to the sheriff's department, we've talked to the constables. We've met with, and talked to some of y'all about ways of solving this. The reality is, everybody we're dealing with is an elected official. And realistically, Judge Sorensen and I don't have any authority to spend money, don't have any authority to negotiate. All we can do is see what other folks are willing to do to keep fulfilling this. It's got to the point where some of the constables say it that way. When we've met with them, some of them are not happy with the way things are going. And realistically, trying to find a way to take the agreement we've got where we can, some can drop out and other ones can cover remaining deals. But at this time, we don't have any options at work. What we did was, present to y'all some options. We know that what elected officials are willing to do. If we have the sheriff's department provided, they said they need deputies to do that, and that's about 191,000. Constable Barty would said that he could make this work if he had a deputy constable, but with car and everything, that's about 133,000. I have talked to Judge Sorensen and I, and a third option would be is if the sheriff would provide Judge Sorensen with the bailiff that I think that Constable Hill and Constable Barty comfortable covering just the dates that I have. That's, I think that we're getting to that point where Judge Sorensen and I are trying to grab every day out of the calendar we can for either civil or criminal cases. And I think it's going to get to where we're probably going to have to start having court more where both of us are up there. We've tried not to utilize that small courtroom too much for criminal cases because of concerns. But I think that we'll probably pick and choose and add some more criminal cases in that courtroom. So it's going to be where to handle this, we're just going to keep adding court. And based upon the data from OCA, Office of Corporation, just on an upward arc of how many cases are getting filed. Just like everything else, more people being, and even folks not moving here, there's just so much more going up and down the interstate that leads to cases. I know that the last surge, they had a trooper steering FIPA. The Madison County Jail was just, the JPs were having to go there multiple times a day. I don't know, Walker County was in last week. So I guess we need some guidance from the Commissioner's Court about which way y'all want to go. I try to stay out of y'all's way. Y'all are the managers of the purse. Y'all decide how money's spent. That's not my job. And I don't want to get in y'all's area. And so realistically, other than asking people what they'd be willing to do, I don't really have any way of saying, you know, if you do it for this, happy, or this is what we can do. That's, I think y'all's area, unless y'all say, we want y'all to figure out a way to do it with this amount of money, or we want you to do it with these folks. I don't really feel appropriate going to negotiate something and telling y'all this is what we did. You think you should take this deal. So I'm happy to answer the questions.
Well, I put the agenda item on, so I think I go first.
To kind of catch your last paragraph there, I think the issuance of the letter got us past the we're looking for guidance part. I think it's an ultimatum thrown to the court. So so here we are. We received a letter, July 6th, canceling the contract with the constables for bailiff services effective September 30th. We asked the interested parties this time last year, knowing this problem was out there and going to get worse, to work together, come up with some ideas, bring them to the court, and, kind of give us some tools to work with. You're the first person to come back and have that conversation. So it's been more than a year and I've got zero input from anybody. So now the court has to figure out how to quickly staff the bailiff positions so we can have them in place by October 1st, because the paper I got is signed like it's a done deal. So I've spoken to a couple of constables, the sheriff, and yourself, and it appears the only resolution is to create the new bailiff positions and figure out how to fund them. In a year, I think that was going to be a financial challenge, and looking at all the X-outs in the preliminary budget we saw, I think I was right with that. The addition of these new bailiff positions is a problem that I think didn't need to come to be. In fact, I think the judges had an answer and they were looking for a problem. There's no history of our constables not completing their assigned duties as bailiff. I don't know that I've ever heard of a court showing up that we didn't have a bailiff in there as a constable. I've only heard one instance of a complaint towards a bailiff, and I think that was kind of conveniently in the last 2 months that showed up. Prior to that, I'd heard nothing. Bailiffs will cost about $100,000 a piece. That number, pretty close to what you quoted there, but I think we need 3 bailiffs, because 35 days next year, just as of now, both courthouses are going to need bailiffs in them at the same time. That doesn't leave any room for vacation time, holiday time, sick time, vacancies time, quit, retire, all that. And like I said, a few weeks ago, we as a county, we're not allowed to fail. Things like that. It's like, hey, murder trial, we can't go on. Bob's on vacation. I got 1 bailiff. Sorry about that. We'll try again when he gets back 2 weeks from now. That's not we can't do that as a county. We got to put a bailiff in that courtroom on that day. That's our job. So I think I'm very disappointed that a line was drawn in the dirt right here. And now we need to address it. I don't think the majority of our staff or citizens are going to be happy. And that's a shame, because that's who we pledge to protect and take care of to the best of our ability. So we've got a lot of questions, a lot of decisions to make. And as even looking at the options, option 1 is where we're going to end up at, getting new positions. Now, where they come from, how we fund them, I don't know yet. But I think if we're going to talk about them, we need to talk about 3 and not just 2. Whether or not Constable Barty's suggestion of another deputy to make the system work, I think that can't happen now. We've made it a hostile working environment. We've told these guys, we don't want you in our courts anymore. You're out. So to me, that any working with the constables goes away, and that includes filling in when we don't have a bailiff upstairs. If they don't have a contract to be there, even though they're licensed bailiffs, they have no obligation to go through those doors. They can say, we used to go there. Y'all told us we didn't want y'all there, so we're not going to be there. So that's another issue that's going to come up with that. And on the option 3, where Constable RT and Constable Hill, what would work for the 12th court, the sheriff would provide bailiff for the 278th court. If that bailiff doesn't show up, our constables are under no obligation to go into that courtroom and cover that position. So do we tell those people, too bad, so sorry, we can't help you out with that? So really, none of these are good, other than address it head on, fix the problem, put in place what needs to be put in place to make it right going forward. And I'm open to conversation on that, folks.
Well, I have quite a bit I want to say. And I put it on a piece of paper so I won't forget anything. Keep me as politically correct as possible. Because most people know I'm not that way. So I'm gonna read my thoughts to you, and it's probably gonna piss off these six, but that's fine, they'll get over it. We currently have 6 elected officials involved in this matter right now. And 2 of you are judges who are licensed attorneys. Given their legal training, professional experience, and the judges' extensive backgrounds in resolving disputes, this should have been taken care of. You got all the experience in your bench and you got your experience in your private practice. There's little excuse for this issue remaining unresolved. Effective leadership requires finding solutions. The continued failure to reach a resolution raises legitimate concerns that should attract the attention of the public. The citizens of this county deserve transparency and accountability from every elected official involved. And I say the taxpayers should closely follow these discussions and demand clear explanations, and decisions that affect the public safety, county operations, and expenditure of public funds. And here are what I consider some of the key facts. The constables have provided bailiff services under contract since the earliest that I found was December the 10th, 2007. This arrangement has served the county successfully for nearly 2 decades. The current taxpayer cost for these services is approximately $8,500 per constable, which is a total cost of $34,000 per year. The proposed alternate would require adding 2 new sheriff's office positions at an estimated annual cost of approximately $200,000, increasing taxpayer expenses by a substantial amount. Now, many individuals, including me, have anticipated this issue following the appointment of Tracy Sorensen as district judge. There has been a widespread belief that efforts to change or eliminate the existing bailiff arrangement would eventually be pursued. Now, the 2 judges have stated in something that I read that neither the sheriff nor the constables are requesting budget supplements. If additional bailiff resources are generally necessary, the judges should formally present those needs, justify the expense, and request funding through the normal budget process rather than expecting other departments to absorb the consequences. Discussions regarding the elimination of the current bailiff contract have been probably the last 6 months, been hearing it for over and over. Never got anything official from the judges, personally, myself, but I've got it from plenty of other people that said this contract would go away. It appears the strategy was to allow the existing contract to expire without fully informing Commissioners Court of the operational and financial consequences, effectively forcing the sheriff's office to absorb the responsibility by reassigning existing personnel. The sheriff said here last time when he was in his budget hearing and said that it was very difficult to hire people. He's having issues hiring people just like everybody else is. So removing deputies from patrol assignments to fill courthouse positions would reduce law enforcement resources available to county residents. This challenge did not arise overnight. It's been known for months, and there has been more than enough time for all parties to work together on a practical solution. I'm going to say it again. In my opinion, this began when Tracy Sorensen was appointed a district judge. And I'm not sure why the judges did not do their normal, what I'm going to call dictatorship, and send orders down, because I think it is in the code, to the best of my ability, that they can hire bailiffs. I think that's in the code. And they have the authority to do it. And typically that's what we get from upstairs is a order from the courts. So every option currently under discussion appears to result in increased costs of taxpayers. My proposed solution probably will not be popular with all 6 elected officials. However, protecting taxpayers should take priority over political preferences, departmental interest, or personality conflicts. The public has a right to know how these decisions are being made. So therefore, I make a motion, I move that 1 deputy position be reassigned from Constable Precinct 3 to the Sheriff's Office and one deputy position be reassigned from Constable Precinct 4 to the Sheriff's Office effective October 1, 2026, to meet the court bailiff staffing needs without creating additional positions or imposing unnecessary cost on taxpayers.
We'll give you a second. Then we can discuss it a little more.
Yeah.
I did not make a speech, but everything I wrote, I did not clean up good enough to speak of. We don't do this lightly. I hate, Judge, that you're sitting here in the middle of this when there's others that should be here with you. But that's neither here nor there now. Taking these jobs, I don't know if it's gonna go through, but I hate it like hell. The money goes away through the contract. That's also a big problem. You know, $8,500 that these constables have been serving their duty up here that goes away because of the contract. This could all been fixed, you know. Y'all didn't come ask for more money. How do you take $34,000 a year and 4 employees and pass it down on the taxpayer for $200,000 when we had something that's worked through 5 judges, counting you, until the 6th one come up? This goes back almost 19 years, 07. The burden it put on the court and the sheriff have to come up with somebody at the drop of a hat. We met a while back, Judge. It's been crickets since I hadn't heard anything.
Mhm.
Bill took it and run with it, kind of poked it up. If y'all had waited till budget and dropped this on us, I don't know what they. But I know the sheriff would have been responsible for supplying your bailiffs. And that's taking people off the street. Now, I do not agree with that at all. I've thought about this long and hard. Taking Steve's deputy and taking Gene's deputy is probably one of the worst things I've done up here. It goes through. But it's the only way we can do it without creating jobs. And that's what I told in the beginning that we were gonna do, was work on the employees. Rest of it, I guess we can figure out in budget. The only good side to it, hopefully, is through the salary study, the constables will probably come back whole, hopefully, if the salary study goes through, so they're not losing money, which is a shame. You know, all these options.
They all create
I-
positions.
They all create positions, and I never heard once about the judges coming and asking for more money from the bailiffs. Pretty apparent that some of y'all didn't want the constables up there. And therefore, we're where we're at now. I don't know, it's a mess. And
Mhm.
as far as I'm concerned, this has been very sugar coated for the extent of what it is. So,
That's as nice as I can be about it.
yeah, I understand. Done a very fine job.
They
Bill,
have,
too.
and I'm 128,000% cannibalizing the department to bring people over. And first, are you going to bring the people or are you going to bring the positions?
The positions is what has to move. And
So there's no guarantee these positions go over there and our sheriff's like, hey, guys, you get to be bailiffs. And they're like, I did not sign up to be a bailiff. I signed up to be a constable, deputy constable.
I think that's where it falls under the sheriff's statutory duty of being security over the courthouse.
Well, it does. It does. But you look at these 2 dedicated county employees have been taking care of their business and putting in their hours and putting in their work and doing what we ask them to do, and tell them my way or the highway.
Yeah.
Constable, deputy, you are now a bailiff or you're out the door. I don't like that at all.
I don't like it either, Bill, but honestly, I don't see no other option at this point. They put us here, you know. So
I mean, there's always another option. And the salary, in fact, I had a conversation with somebody over the weekend and they were talking about this situation, and they're like, hey, you know, the deputy go away, the salary go away. And I was like, you know, how are you going to go to your constables and say, hey, we're taking away 3 months of the year at the courthouse for you when you're up there 3, maybe 4 weeks of those months, and take away your deputy. and we're going to take away 10% of your pay. And I was like, I asked him directly, I was like, what employee in Walker County could you walk up to and say, hey, you know what? We're gonna take away about 10% of your workload, but we're gonna dock your pay 10%. What do you think about that? How many of our 375 people are like, you know what, I'll take that? They're gonna be like, no, I've I've earned that money. I put the hours in. You know, I'm an elected official. I work 60, 70 hours a week after court, passing these papers out. I do what I'm supposed to be doing. To me, it's a slap in the face to those departments to say, hey, good run, but you're out. And that's the only option we have because we don't have that option. That's not the only option. The other option is, and I fall back, I think we need three. I'm just what I stated earlier. If you put two, if we, however we get in there, you can't have a blank day. You can't have somebody not there. You have to have three, as far as I'm concerned. And that is 0.4% on our tax roll. And you march it out there to start your budget off with it and be honest with the people, say, this is what it cost. Our bailiffs, our constables are part of the law enforcement family in Walker County. Deputy constable down in New Waverly is a law enforcement presence that stays in that area. Our sheriff's department is stretched by go to New Waverly. This guy's down there 40 hours a week and cars down there. So is he a sheriff's officer? No. But you're driving around a constable vehicle, that's a law enforcement face in down there. Same thing up with precinct 3. Precinct 3 guys serve more than half the pay in Walker County between the two of them. And I think I've got it's quality folks out there talking to both of them. So to go to those guys and say, hey, you know, we went in the ditch. Sorry, tough luck. We had other options. We chose to take the way out and just go take your people away. I think that's wrong. I think like I said,
Call it an easy way, Bill.
No, it's not easy. I
Yeah.
agree with that.
it's
not
easier.
a choice, but-
It's easier. And that's why I go back to what I said.
But adding 3 positions is not the answer either. I mean,
I think it's the,
You know,
I think it's the only option. Once, without, if this here hadn't showed up, I would have entertained the conversation of, hey, you know what?
what are you talking about? The cancellation of the contract?
Yeah, the cancellation of contract that tells them we don't want you in our rooms. I would have been open, I think, to discussing putting a bailiff on board, putting $100,000, not a bailiff, I'm sorry, another deputy constable somewhere, throw $75,000-$80,000 at it and keep group that's here.
We already got a mess. Look,
We do.
need to fix it, and really the only way to fix it is put it back under the sheriff.
I agree
And
with
you'll
that.
never have to deal with it again.
Oh, I agree with that.
it.
Oh, I agree with that. But that's what this could have come to us in January with that idea before all this stuff blew up around it and said, hey, we're meeting 208 of the 200 days or whatever it was next year. We're going to be doing that. We're serving papers, 10,000 of them, you know, all this stuff that we asked them to do that didn't happen. And we could say, hey, we see all that because how long before the constables come back and say, you know what, we're overloaded here. I mean, I know the hours Steve's work. I cross him going home from work at 7 o'clock at night. He's headed down to do stuff. And at what point do they come back and say, remember that deputy y'all took away? I gotta have some help out here. You know, we can put our blinders on that one, but it's not fair to our citizens. It's not fair to them. So to fix it right, you fund 3 bailiffs, put them in the sheriff's office, and now you're done with it. It's in the tax rate. They're there. Constables can probably start catching up with the stuff by not coming up here. And in a pinch, the sheriff can call him if everything goes in the toilet, he can call him and say, hey, Steve, I'm in a bind. Could you cover today? Steve would be there in a heartbeat. Shane would be there in a heartbeat. Gene would be there in a heartbeat. And it works that way. Is it painful? Heck yeah, it's painful. And would I be the one to make that motion? I absolutely would. And I don't think I'd have to apologize to anybody for it. So I'll be voting no. If that's the motion, I'll be voting
There's a
no.
motion on the table.
I got you.
Whether it goes anywhere, and I'm not apologizing, I'll tell you.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So that's my 2 cents.
Brandon? Greg Mormon, you got anything?
Well, it's like to say, this is not something I wanted to do lightly. But sure. Chief Jeff. Person I went for 2 years ago. Trying to work out some system where we could handle this. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. We were not able to way to reach that. And we had done what y'all asked us to do, to sit down and meet with all the constables. And some of them don't want. My belief is some of them don't want to continue doing the bailiff. And so then once you have that, then you start spreading those dates among 3, 2 constables. And that gets into where it's very difficult for them to do that. I understand this puts y'all in a difficult position. I know that. I wish we were not here doing this, but I don't have another thing to say. Folks are willing to do this or that under these circumstances.
I agree with Bill on part of this, or a lot of it. Taking 10% of any employee that's sitting in our audience away from them and saying we're not going to do that, even though it is a stipend or has been a stipend. I don't see how we're going to get there. I guess moving to deputy constables. I don't know what all's growing in. The rest of the county, I paid mine, and we need that deputy constable in Walker County and in our area, in precinct 4. It's one of the fastest growing precincts. Yes, the sheriff's department has coverage on there too. I think they're 3 short right now, deputies. So that's 3 less that we haven't filled a position because of all the things that y'all talked about, to get staff and everything. So, taking that deputy out of our precinct and, the regular rotation, I'm not thrilled about, not going to support. One of the things that we haven't really talked about is, and Judge can be on this, we talked about having 208 court dates. 35 of those are double court dates, and we need staff. How many of those days out of the 208 do y'all come in and have court and are out by 10, 11, 12, 1 o'clock?
It's difficult.
It's difficult, but it happens.
It happens.
Right.
It's always one of those things that sometimes we're having a jury trial, and after the defendant is found guilty, we plan to have the jury assess punishment. So if they then come back with a plea deal, what do we do? Let them take the plea deal, or I say that we were planning to have the jury here for an additional 2 days to hear all the information and decision sentencing, or let them take the plea deal and go home. Every time I've asked the jurors, they're happy that they got released and go home. It's always frustrating that we'll have people show up for a jury trial and then everybody takes the deal that morning. Well, if they don't take the deal, we've got to be prepared to give them that trial, and it may take 3 more days. As happened last week, we're supposed to have a case for 2.5 weeks. And because of actions of individuals outside the courtroom talking to jurors, I've got to declare a mistrial. So, and we had that case set for 6 months, and it needs to get tried. That person's in custody. Y'all are paying for him to be fed here at the Department of Jail. But I've got requirements I've got to do. And so now I've got to find another 2.5 weeks to do that case. And so that's one of the most frustrating things about our job is we try to get things lined up, get all 3 cases let out that. But people can tell us they need 2 hours and it may be done in an hour. Some days they tell us they need 15 minutes and 4 hours later, they'll sit. The only days I be there all day is the ancillary days where we'll have 100 people there. We're pretty much there all day.
The judge is making the point that I was fixing to bring up. We're talking about hiring bailiffs. What are they gonna do when they're not? I mean, you almost need to hire, if we're going the sheriff's deputy route, you need to hire a sheriff's deputy that is a bailiff, that has a car, that when they're done, they can go be part of the other things going on in the world. And I know that's, they're,
That's the sheriff's
their
business. I mean,
business.
there's
Right.
plenty to do.
but I don't want to limit it to, we're gonna hire, if we go the sheriff route, I don't want it to be a bailiff that drives his personal vehicle. Cause that's not gonna, I mean, there's gonna be a lot of time there that they could be in a car and out on the streets.
So that being said, a courthouse bailiff, full-time courthouse bailiff is generally not a 25-year-old sheriff's officer guy. It's, it's a guy who's probably towards the end of his career
Sure.
that
I
doesn't,
think that's a niche market. I think you'll fill them pretty quick.
I hope we do, because we're in a bind if we don't. Because we got something that says October 1, we ain't got nothing.
Well, you're still gonna fall back on the sheriff regardless, but I mean, the reality of it is,
Well,
there'll be a bailiff there,
yeah, and it goes back to what you're
Yeah,
saying,
so-
coming off the street.
but he'll pull them off the street or wherever he has to. I don't like that at all. I mean, because you're taking away the law enforcement on the streets that the citizens have out there.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there will be a bailiff in those courts.
Shane, Mr. Hill, want to talk? Say anything? Comments?
Be willing to talk later on, but right now. We get too many unknown questions right now. I need some answering.
I'm still over here not taking away from Gene and Mr. Hill before we ain't given to the sheriff without two of the three in the room.
Yeah, you get them all in the room. It don't change my thoughts on it.
No, that's
at this
fine.
point, unless you got a better solution, which
Yeah.
I don't see one without creating jobs. And we're trying to help the employees this year, which this is gonna take away from them 100%.
Take it all.
Yeah.
If you can create three.
If you go back to last budget, Bill, I mean, Tracy was right out there. He was asking for the bailiffs then. I give her every opportunity to tell us why, and she would not do it. So, they've had the opportunity. She has. I didn't see David down here, but she was here.
No, I agree. And I,
I give her the door and she would not open the door and tell us why you needed her.
so,
I think we all know why. But
Oh, well, yeah, we know why.
yeah, so.
I mean, the bottom line is she wants who she wants, and that's what it is. And I wish she was here. Where's she at?
I think she's picking a jury in either Leon or Madison.
Yeah, well, she needed to be here this morning.
Anyway, that's,
well, that's, like I said, if y'all got a better solution, don't create jobs, I'll listen.
Yeah,
But I ain't heard one yet,
I don't,
and I don't know that there's gonna be one.
I don't know how you can do it and still have the employees.
And,
you know.
like I said, the contract come October 1st is done, stipend goes away regardless. Period.
Mhm.
That's what the contract says.
Mhm.
And I hate it for you guys. That's part of the contract, And if we roll over, then we roll over for everybody else. And I'm not gonna. How can we recover it down the road? I think so. Maybe in the salary study, if we got anything left.
You're not gonna have any left, you hire 3 bailiffs of them.
So,
So I got a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
yeah, I don't like it at all. I don't like that. I can't be more adamant about that. But also I agree that what you're saying, I think this was, having no plan as the plan, and the plan was just like, screw them.
dump it on the sheriff's
That-
department and let him do it.
Yeah, we'll just do that. That's what we got. And
And I know it was said, not by you, but
yeah, so,
There's not a good answer. No.
well, it's not a good answer, but once again, the idea of going into your department, and why do we pick on that department? Why didn't we go look at other departments and say, hey, so-and-so, we're coming to Road and Bridge. Why don't we go to Road and Bridge and say, we're taking one from you and one from you? We have no
Don't
idea.
send them too close, I'll consider it.
Well, saying, but we have,
I don't know.
I got no problem with it either. Which one you want me to get,
About
Bob?
the person.
Yeah,
Do what?
you're sending position.
Comment earlier.
Position requires a T-close certification.
Yeah,
The position's about the money.
now, I haven't found where it requires that. From what I found, the only requirement for a bailiff in the state of Texas is 18 years old and live in the county. That's the only, now, some counties have created their own, but you can
I
hire,
think I seen a legal opinion where if
I
a
would
bailiff
think most
was,
Didn't have one that wouldn't.
but there's,
Gracie, help me out here, but if the judge actually picked someone to be a bailiff, would they have to be deputized by the sheriff? Is that correct?
they had to be.
Yes, Your Honor, there is a statute that says that the sheriff would deputize a person selected by the judges if they were chosen under that chapter 53, I think.
They
So
were,
so you still fall back on a certified peace officer?
I guess.
Because he's not gonna deputize somebody that's not certified. I already know
Judge
that.
Mormon, how hard is it to get all seven of y'all, including the sheriffs, in a room?
Probably the most difficult ones to get in the room are Tracy and I, just because we go to other counties. But the constable, difficult to get them together. It's not hard to get the sheriff. It's probably, I'm free the rest of the week because my trial went away. So I've got
Okay.
Tuesday through Friday.
But-
So
But what is that conversation going to be?
The conversation, it should have been 2 years ago,
That's
or
what
at least a
we
year
fixed.
ago.
Well, I understand that,
And I
but,
want to throw something else out there
but
too.
what question are you going to ask that we're not asking sitting here right here? What are we going to say? What are we going to say different than sitting?
Well, they all know, except Tracy happens to be in court, but everybody knows we're doing this today.
Yeah.
It's common knowledge. You know the constable.
We're missing two constables and a sheriff too, though.
Yeah.
So we only got half of it.
if I was to get these folks all in a room, would it be okay for us to talk? I think it's something else, but it might require more money. But if it came back, it's something considerably less than what those other options were, which y'all be willing to consider.
If you're not creating positions, I would consider what you're looking at.
I'm not,
Well, I was trying to get y'all and two people from up here and y'all go hash this out and come up with something.
be happy to do that.
You know, one thing I remember back, a little guy that used to live in my precinct named Ben Aguilera. Aguilar.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the way this is set up right now is we got bailiffs in Montgomery, in Walker County, bailiffs in Leon, bailiffs in all the counties you'll cover.
Mm-hmm.
Why can we not get an agreement with all these counties? We all pitch in, y'all both need two bailiffs and divvy it up between, because I'm sure, I don't know this, but those other counties probably have similar issues like we do. Why could we not have two people for each court that travels with the judges to every county, split the costs between the counties? We split costs from other operations that we do with other counties. Why
Like
could that,
court reporter.
like, yeah, court reporter, different stuff. Why should we bear the burden? And it goes back again to where it's a bailiff or a deputy or whatever. What are they gonna do when you're not having court? Why can't we do that and incorporate all the counties and share the cost?
My counties are Walker, Madison, and Grimes. They have a similar situation where one constable covers my court, one covers Costas, one covers Judge Chain, covers the county court. Madison County's different. They've got two constables. And they struggle to fill security positions. And so there might be some grounds to talk to Judge Osborne, Sharon with Walker County and Madison County. But then
You have to get all three of them to coincide.
Yeah,
Leon County, I don't think is.
at least the two.
I don't think Leon County, based on what Tracy said, I don't think Leon County would be interested in that because they've got 3 judges covering that county and and realistically, as you go to these other counties, my docket in Grimes is about half the size of Walker. And then Madison is smaller. And so we don't have the volume of cases. But I mean,
Mhm.
it might be possible to work something in Madison. I don't see, then you get to the same thing we're talking here is what do you do with those folks that's built into their system in Grimes County where you've got constables and a deputy constable for that sort of role is to act. So. So, already done one thing to people. And I'd rather not compound a farm, but it's something that we don't want.
Doing a fabulous conversation to have in January. To walk in mid-July and say, hey, in the next 30 days, can we put this together? Because they absolutely do have the ability, because it's in the Government Code 53.002, the judges of the 12th, 106, 229, 258, 78. District courts may appoint a bailiff. At the discretion of the judge, a bailiff may serve the court in each county of the district. So what you say is could very possibly happen. That's what I'm sure how Mr. Aguirre got there. But that's not a 15-day thing. That's a 4-month negotiation that you put the numbers together and you come here and you say, hey, this is what we worked out. Can we make that, can we make that happen? I'm sure they're neck deep in their budgets too. And so I like the idea. I mean, that was a conversation I
It
had
should have started last year, though.
in January. Yeah, December.
Last budget, they should have been working on that for this budget.
Yeah, I think it's too late for that this year. So,
Judge Moore?
I was just gonna say that I know one of you in particular does not like it. Signed order saying,
No, I don't like it whatsoever. I'll point it out for you.
I know.
Yeah.
But so to that extent, other than I did not want to go that route where it said, we're gonna hire somebody, we're gonna appoint them and we expect them. I think that's really, y'all are the ones that I don't want your job because y'all have to make the hard decisions about what to do with the county money. So instead of trying to get folks to come to some agreement about what they can do and ask y'all to fund it, be my preferred way of doing it. I haven't been able to get people to do that. So I apologize for that.
yeah. So y'all did the exact opposite of that. You didn't say we're not going to hire anybody. You said we're going to get rid of everybody and y'all go hire them instead of we're going to hire them and y'all need to fund them. So we're in the exact same spot. You just went around the backside to get there.
Hiring or not hiring, the sheriff's responsibility is going to be the bailiff regardless.
Well, we told them a year ago.
Whether he gets people or not,
We told them a year ago, none of this was our problem. It's your contract, y'all figure it out.
Mm-hmm. To come back as a group with an idea that addresses the situation looking forward with a permanent solution. Because they all had issues. Every one of them had issues. Sheriff, judges, constables, everybody had problem or a conversation they wanted to have. And evidently they gathered up a little bit, but once, like I said at the beginning, I heard zero. So my hope is we vote this down today, being it's a motion, and figure something else out.
I'm just gonna go to a vote. So I got a motion to take 2 positions from 3 and 4 and give them to the sheriff's office. I got a second. All in favor, say aye, or raise your hand. All opposed? All right, motion fails. Do I have any volunteers from the front that would like to be on this committee?
I'll be on it for sure.
All right, I'll take one from this side too.
I'm gonna tell you that it don't need to be me at this point.
That's all wrong with.
All right, I'm gonna put Mr. Kirkendall and Bill on there, and if y'all can coordinate, everybody in one room, including the sheriffs and the 4 constables.
I'll see what happens.
Okay, after 5 Friday, whatever,
I'm good with that.
We're all here to fix the problem.
I have one question. Quick. Is there a more current one than this 2009-18?
It's a good question.
No, that's it. That's all we need.
That's probably it. That's probably it.
That's it.
Part of that is, they've been providing those services and doing, it hadn't got paid even in the last.
Mhm.
But that's all we can buy.
I know we,
We talked about it a couple budgets ago and it never come back around.
yeah, I know.
The contract.
My question, the other question is, and I'm not a lawyer in this thing, where this thing is wrote, and I know we need to move on, but if we don't do anything, from what I understand, this agreement is between the constables and the,
The court, not us.
They've canceled it. It's done.
okay.
So theoretically, that being said, and it's not a good fix and something we could talk about, but it's something that bounced through my head was if we are absolutely leaning back, saying it's the responsibility of the sheriff to have bailiffs in the courtroom, and these guys, district judges said, we want out of that contract. We're not going to do this with these guys anymore. I mean, it won't work and neither side would want to do it. But theoretically, the sheriff could say, hey, constables, guess what? Will y'all do the bailiff? And they'd be like, sure. And we're in the same boat. That could be that way from now on. There's no contract needed. If he's in charge of bailiffing, if he works how to deal with the constables, be the bailiff, they keep going. And we're in the exact, we don't need a contract. They're in the exact same position. Either the sheriff's in charge of security or he's not. If he is, he can put who the heck he wants in there as long as they're qualified. So it can't happen
He
because,
would need an agreement between the department.
yeah, he would for example, on some piece of paper. And a year ago, 8 months ago, 6 months ago, that might have been possible. I don't think it's possible now for that to happen. So
I'm gonna have positive hope that it's gonna get done. So, all
I'm with you on that.
right, y'all figure that out and y'all meet.
Yep.
We're gonna go back to number 11.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Judge.
Discuss and take action to accept 2025 SHSP Grant 5327301 award in the amount of $113,178.60. That'll be my motion.
I'll second that.
Moving seconded, all in favor, raise your hand. Number 12, discuss and take approve the joint election agreement, including attachment A, countywide poll station 2026 general election.
Good morning.
Okay. Morning.
So we have a contractor in front of 7 other entities. The only applicable subdivision in the county that will not be holding election up, for sure, is the city of Huntsville, because they did change their terms. So they're not on the contract, but everyone else is, including the appraisal district, which is something new. It's a new law that took place a couple sessions ago. Also Richards Independent School District will be on there, along with, of course, whoever, and the other school districts. The main thing I just want to point out, this is for the November 3rd, 26, gubernatorial election. It will, of course, early voting will be at the storm shelter, and then there will be mandatory hours by the state of Texas. I believe that first week is going to be 8 to 5. There will be weekend voting, and then the whole second week will be 7 to 7. And then all of the 9 countywide poll places will, of course, be open 7 to 7 on election day. I don't think there's anything else. And as you know, the attachment A, of course, are the 9 countywide poll places. Attachment B is not included because the party chairs have until the end of the month to nominate their judges. I will have to bring that back to you so that y'all can then appoint them unless there's a conflict of interest. So I'll be coming back in August for that. Other than that, that's really all I have as far as the contract goes, unless you have any questions about it. Same contract we've had.
Yeah.
No changes other than, of course, just election.
How does the city not being in it affect the cost of the other entities of the election cycle?
Now, so what we do is, basically every entity pays specifically what their ballot cost is. But yet we all share the cost, including the county, with, our percentage of voters that are registered. So for instance, Richards ISD is not going to pay as much of a worker cost as what, let's say, the hospital district would.
Yeah.
Just because of the registered voters in those entities. But, the fact that they're not in there, probably not that big a deal. The only thing is we won't know how many of these 7 will really be holding an election until the last day you call the election.
Okay.
So those entities that have unopposed candidates.
Yeah.
They don't have to hold one. They can actually cancel this contract.
Okay.
So yeah, we don't really know how many are really gonna be on there until, I think it's the 17th, I believe, is the last day to call the election.
All right.
So with what you just said, does you don't have a, re-say that again? How can they cancel that? How can you cancel that? You're a part of
So
that.
technically, if you have unopposed candidates, you don't have to hold an election if you're a school, city, counties have to, state elected officials have to, but not other political subdivisions. So the last day to sign up to run is also the last day to call the election. So most of them are gonna have to call their election prior to that date,
Oh, my.
Okay.
but May can still cancel it because they have no opposition on the ballot. I know. You gotta love Texas law.
There you go. I'm gonna make the motion to approve agenda item 12 as presented.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor, raise your hand. Thank you. Number
Take it down.
13, discuss and take action on OEM position title change. Josh?
Morning, Josh.
Morning, Judge Commissioners. What you have before you is a request for a title change for the executive administrative position in the Office of Emergency Management to a Deputy Emergency Management Coordinator over mitigation recovery. This comes from just basically a title change to reflect the duties that this position is already doing.
So you don't need no money, right?
I don't need no much,
Okay.
a lot easier.
Got somebody in this position already?
There is somebody in this position to be transferred over. So,
This is-
moving forward,
Transfer.
basically what we're looking at is having 2 deputy emergency management coordinators to expand that continuity of operations capacity. One mitigation, focus on mitigation recovery, the other preparedness response. Split those duties up. All hands on deck, of course, with during a disaster, this will expand that continuity of operations.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor, raise your hand.
Josh, can you say what it's going from again?
Executive administrator,
And going to
deputy emergency management coordinator, mitigation recovery.
mitigation recovery. Okay, that's,
Thank you, Jim.
thank you.
All right, 14, discuss and take action on repair costs for flooding in the treasurer's office. Mary?
So, on the night of the 26th or the morning of the 27th, clapper inverted restroom behind our office in the annex. It was found midday Saturday by sheer luck. And we started mitigation to remove the. What I have for you today is, 2 invoices. One invoice for mold testing and one invoice for water mitigation. For 920 for mold testing, and we passed on the mold test. And then, with a steamer for mitigation, 53.70 and 73 cents. Insurance claim has been filed. And we have, pulled up all the carpeting down there in those offices. It was affected all the way over to room 101, the early voting room. Water snuck on up underneath the wall and got into there. So it was a fun weekend. I also have for you bids to rebuild down there. So I have, I was tight getting those in. I got them in Friday afternoon. And y'all have copies of the bid, the full bids. But, I have it broke down here. So we have, 2 of the bidders are for the full project, being floor and paint and wall. And one of the options, which is the one that I'm going to suggest, is for 2 separate vendors, one for paint, one for flooring. Painters are very busy right now. And it was hard to get a hold of visitors, painters. The total for the for the rebuild from the two vendors would be $30,860.
Yeah, but the vendor one is 38 for a full project, right?
Yes, sir.
$7,200 to get paint everything turnkey.
I can manage it. Pretty good for $8,000.
Just asking.
Yes. Sir. It's actually, it's vendors that I've worked with before. And,
And local.
they're local. They're easy to work with.
We're hoping insurance covers most of it.
Okay.
Meet the insurance requirements.
Yes, ma'am. The adjuster's been down. I don't think we've heard anything back from him since then, have we?
All right, so you just want us to approve option 3 in an amount not to exceed. I think we need to give you some, 35. That'd be my motion. Approve
Not to exceed how much?
35.
$35,000 to be paid by pulling out of projects.
Insurance proceeds with the balance from contingency.
Yeah, that right there. Thank you. That's my motion.
Moving seconded, all in favor, raise your hand. Motion carried. Number 15, discuss and take action to designate the Walker County Appraisal District to calculate the final no new revenue tax rate and voter approval rate. That'll be my motion.
I'll second that.
Moving seconded, all in favor. Motion carries. 16, discuss and take action on payment of invoice for 125-2215 for pay application 2 from Capital Electric in the amount of $70,367.60 for generators and for storage at off-site facility. That motion, unless y'all got some questions.
I'm just assuming that.
This
they
is
got
that grant,
generators in, they just want their money.
part of them. We got 2 more coming in. But yeah,
This is for the 2 that are in.
yes, sir. We got 3 are in. That'll be my motion to approve.
How bad are they hitting us on storage?
I'm not aware they're charging
I think-
for storage. Just
Our
wanted to
spring
make
pump.
sure the court was aware that they had not been delivered. They're at the outside, offsite location. Then we need to follow up with the insurance through purchasing and make sure they're covered on insurance and all that.
The county know that we're storing them at an off-site facility.
So
Moving seconded, all in favor, raise your hand. Motion. 18, public hearing designating Elmina Road as a no through traffic road. Anyone, the time is 10:02. Anyone here to speak on that? One at all.
Explain it a little bit, Brandon. We got a minute.
So Elmont is that one goes, it's a residential road. It's pretty much it's all residential. There are a couple of farms and cattle operations, 30 acre. What we're having a problem with is the little dump trucks hauling stuff are cutting through that road. And it's, when you're having a funeral and you got 50 of them going back and forth is one thing. It's a residential road. 1 mile north, 2793 that's got all the industry on it, trying to push that traffic up there. It won't affect any of the, if you've got a reason to be there, right? If you're going somewhere on Elmina to pick up with a commercial truck, it doesn't affect that because you're there.
Well, the reason I asked is I had trouble getting some no parking signs put on the road one time.
Yeah, and I don't like this either.
Because of trying to keep some kids from getting run over. And it didn't go through. I would preview, but I got concerns. It is a public road and I get what you're trying to do.
This position that was against you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, don't hold that against me.
I'm not.
I know you hold that. Don't hold that against me.
I was against it too, and I'm sitting next to him.
Yeah. I didn't get nowhere with it.
He didn't hit me, so.
Well, if it makes you feel better.
But it was a public road and that was the point is, I couldn't even keep the little kids from trying to get run over playing in the street. So
Don't.
I'm not beating you up over
I'll
this.
move
I'm
up
just
there
trying
if I have to.
explain. And see if we still got the legal end of this because I didn't get nowhere and that's fine.
So Will and I and Gracie have been having a conversation and we're in public hearing right now, but I've had some other people ask me too to do a little more research on it. So when we get to the item, we're gonna,
Like I said, I'm not totally against it because I had one back when the way station was on my end, was Pinedale. I had,
want it back.
no, I don't know. It's fine where it's at. But in the grand scheme of things, yes, I understand what you're saying about the track.
Yeah,
You
it's,
know.
it's a mile off where you can get on the state road.
Any other? Time's 10:05. Public hearings closed. 19, discuss take action on designating road as a no through truck traffic road. We're gonna pass.
Yes, please.
I think I'm good. I'm glad you're passing, because I think you also, if you're going to define, if you're gonna make it a no through truck road, you generally have to, you're gonna have to come up with like a truck route. You're gonna have to say truck, like you come through the city of Huntsville, it's like, this is a no through truck zone.
Roads,
You
yeah,
have to
or
say-
the front roads.
Something there. You have to define what a truck is. Is it a 1-ton truck? Is it a 1 truck? What is your definition of a truck? You're gonna have to define that. I think you have to have an answer if you're coming up 75, how you gonna get to 1375.
Well, I mean, there's ways around
Oh,
it.
yeah.
You can either go through town or you can come up here.
Right, so I think I'm gonna come through town.
Mhm.
So now you transferred the problem down to downtown. Waverly. You're gonna make-
Let's see when he comes back.
Yeah, so anyway, those are things I would have you raise a flag on, be careful when you do it. And then, once you do it, then be ready for the 247 requests to make their roads go through trucks also.
Absolutely, that's what's next.
All right, number 20, discuss and take action on Walker County election to receive payments for the rural school funding. I think Amy had looked it up, and we were at a 85-15 split last year. I'm gonna recommend we do that again. Any other body? I'll make that motion as an 85-15 split and to send it in.
I'll second that.
Motion is second. All in favor, raise your hand. 21, update on Walker County Economic Development Corporation for Stephanie Smith. Stephanie? Morning.
I
Been
know.
waiting patiently for
I
a
gave,
while.
I gave him
I
I
know,
printed that
I
out.
just- I want to make sure
We have it here.
you have everything too. There's some other things
Yeah.
that business. I won't take up a whole, but. So first of all, I do want to start with my appreciation for your support and coming from a founding member. We have officially been in business for 1 year. We opened our doors July 1st of last year. We had our official launch in September of last year. We have spent this first year really setting up processes, making sure that we develop relationships with our local officials, the community landowners, so that we would really have an understanding of what we have available. And can work with responding to RFIs. We've built relationships with the governments, the Sam Houston State University, utility providers, our landowners, and local businesses. I would like to spend this next coming year, because I haven't had much time, because up until about 3 months ago, it was just me in the office starting a business from scratch. But I would like to spend this next year visiting with each one of you in your precincts to understand what your needs are, what you have, and kind of invite you into those conversations on as we start promoting and receiving RFIs and responding even more. Eventually, we will land a project. We don't have a win yet. I think we're very, very close, but as you have some project reports in front of you. Currently, right now, we are a membership-based organization. 31 members, which I think is pretty good for a brand new organization. And we are membership based. I don't have the luxury of the sales tax, so I have to work on membership totals completely. We have, as of July 1st of last year, we have received 114 RFIs with. That represents a little over 59,000 potential jobs and 62 billion in capital investment into Walker County. We have responded to 25 of those projects because we had the inventory and we could respond. That represents the 23,000 jobs and a potential of $20 billion in capital investment. I will tell you that there are 8 projects or companies that are continually looking at Walker County to evaluate whether potential fit for their businesses. That represents 2,700 potential jobs and 5 billion in capital investment. On, I think it's the last page that I gave you. One of the big stories I want you to understand is that there was 84 projects that we couldn't even compete for. Some of those are just our local, or the IAH,
or even their minimum salaries were not competitive with what we wanted to see in Walker County. They weren't a good fit. But a lot of those, the majority of those projects were because we didn't have their square footage or shovel-ready sites, because speed to market is very important in the industry right now. So we couldn't even compete. So what my goal is, in our office, spend this next year, to really work on improving site readiness. Shovel-ready sites, we've talked to a couple of developers that are putting some speculative square footage on the ground for us that will really make us a little bit more competitive. We were working with the county, the city, the chamber, Sam Houston State, and a workforce readiness program. But we also want to strengthen that infrastructure. So we will start inviting the county, the city, the policy departments to the table to really understand what it's going to take to get some of these projects across the finish line. We really want to create those lasting opportunities for all of Walker County's residents here, and being able to compete and bring in good quality jobs. There are certain steps that we're going to have to take in this next year. Really be able to be competitive and get some of those good quality job opportunities for the residents. On June 26th, there were 6 opportunity zones, census tracts that were identified as potential opportunity zones through Opportunity 2.0. We worked with the city and the county to respond and apply for all of those 6 opportunity zones. But we went a little step further. We asked that all of Walker County be considered in that in an opportunity zone. That will really elevate the opportunity to have more investment into county in making sure that we can improve infrastructure, get some of these shovel-ready sites, or even expansion projects. It's my understanding that governor's office has until August to submit. They decide of all of the zones that are submitted through the various counties. They decide which ones will go forward, and they have until August to do that. So I'm not sure exactly how long that process after August. We'll find out if we've got 6 or if the whole county is considered.
So in the opportunity zones, is that areas that are like, if you're going to like consider a tax something, it has to be in one of those zones, or what's the benefit of having an opportunity zone?
So those are really distressed areas. There's a number of items that kind of go into play on when we talk and considering opportunity zones, but a lot of it, the county as a whole, our average salaries are not there. We don't have the site readiness. So that is for an investor to come in and have a state incentive to bring money and invest in and build that area back up. So it doesn't have anything to do with the incentives piece of it. If I get a project in those opportunity zones, I'll come ask for maybe a property tax abatement or maybe waive permitting fees. But that is for an outsider to come or local come in and invest money into these areas for infrastructure, shovel-ready sites to really get it prepared for.
One of the big things was no capital gain on the property. For the
I got a trailer park. I need to put that around.
There you go.
Andy,
That's, you already said it. The big thing is incentive direct to the investor, not necessarily trying to
yeah, through us.
Okay,
give them a tax advantage.
all right,
And that's on the state level.
thank you.
Also, on August 6th, you guys will be receiving a calendar invitation from me this afternoon. We're going to hold an economic development workshop. We're inviting our board of directors, our members, our officials, landowners, utilities to the table to really understand the economic development process, but also to understand what our strengths are, our weaknesses are, and create a shared vision. Because when you guys are out talking, developers are talking, board of directors are talking, I'm talking as an economic developer, we want to share common goals so that way we look stronger. We're a unit. We understand what our strengths are, what our weaknesses, what the primary goals are at the end of the day to promote Walker County out in the public and to get some of these opportunities. So that will be August 6th. We're going to hold it from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. It'll be at the Education Center. We will feed you. But we really would like your voice there and share in the process. This workshop will also set us up for a strategic plan. Hopefully, if you guys really like the individual that we're bringing in, then we'll invite her back and start a strategic plan. We're gonna do a year strategic plan because I hope in the next 3 years, our goals will completely change because we do have some projects on the ground, some construction, some development going on that we can then extend it and do a 5 to 10 year. But being a brand new organization, not having a lot of development or shovel-ready sites, there's going to be a lot of changes within those next 2 to 3 years. And I don't want to spend $45,000 to $50,000 on a 10-year plan when in 2 to 3 years it may change for us as well. In front of you also, you have information on our Economic Development Conference and Business Expo. That's going to happen September 17th. That's going to be an all-day affair. We are inviting businesses to come in and have a booth in the expo portion. We're going to set it up inside the Orange Ballroom where they're exhibiting their businesses inside where they can hear the sessions that we're offering. These sessions are really going to be geared toward one, what are the projects that we're working on? What are the economic development trends? You'll hear from a site selector. I really want the public to understand how we stack up against the competition in the various markets, in the various counties that we're up next to. But you'll hear, you'll have an education piece talking about workforce and what they're doing in the earlier years in the high schools and even in the junior highs up to the college level to develop that workforce. So when we do bring in these jobs that are requiring hundreds to thousands of employees, we've got the workforce on the ground that's ready. And it also allows your children, your grandchildren to have jobs to come through. So you hear workforce piece, there will be a small business piece. We've invited the judge to come in and give a state of the county address as well. But it's an opportunity for the public to really come in and understand what is that we're trying to do. We've been from day one been very transparent about what we're not trying to change the history, to change the community. We want to complement it and bring in jobs that will benefit and lift it up and not tear it down. So there's really want that to be an opportunity for the public to be able to come in, ask questions, hear what we're working on, and then you guys have an input in as well. We will have a keynote speaker. We reached out to Adriana Cruz. If she is not able to attend, then we do have a backup plan, which I think we'll enjoy. But we're hoping to get Adriana in there. So that's kind of, it's been a lot. I didn't want to bore you with all of the details of the whole year, but we really have worked very hard to try to build those relationships, be very transparent. Our doors are open. We have our member. For the first year, we kept our meetings open to the public. We have now, after a year, shut those to voting members only, but we will invite all the commissioners and all of our council members. You will have an ex officio seat at the table. Judge Christian has the vote, but we would love to have your participation in these meetings, these monthly meetings as well. They're the second Thursday of the month. They're typically at the ISD, Huntsville ISD, but sometimes they do rotate and change a little. So with that, again, thank you very much for participation. I am going to leave you with one last thought. I would ask that you consider contributing again as we start our renewal process. Our renewal invoices will go out this month. So I really cannot do this without your input and your support, financial as well. So I will be submitting an invoice for your consideration this month. So you have any questions?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you,
All right,
Stephanie.
thank you.
Thanks.
Dana.
22, update on provided services from Pat Consulting.
Well, y'all finally made it.
Table up that again, if you'll do some-
I'm gonna let y'all sign in. That way I can get y'all's name. There's a bunch of y'all.
What?
We have a table.
17.
Oh, we have a table.
Yeah.
Well, thanks y'all for having us. For your risk management. Cool. It's been a couple of years and we have some new faces on board. I'm Lisa Case. I used to be your HR consultant. Now I'm your risk management consultant. Cool. Y'all have your liability coverage, your property, and your workers' diligence. Handle the underwriting. We also handle the claims. I know Tanya was just in communications about this thing y'all were talking about. We do have it, we'll just, really need a report back from McLaren so we can get started on it. But that's a big part of it is the underwriting and claims. On top of that, you also have, risk control services. These are not at any sort of cost to the county. All the education, policy, information that we provide is to help support the county's risk management preventative programs. In addition to the group we have today, you also have a cyber risk control consultant. His name is Matthew. I actually have his business card in here for y'all. He's available for trainings, policy, and education. We also rolled out a new program this year that's a cyber phishing email program. It's at no cost to the county, where it would create basically fake phishing emails to help test people and keep it aware, like the practice of clicking on links and emails can be difficult. A program like that in the open market could cost about $7,000 to $10,000, but it just comes with the coverage. We highly encourage participation in this because we know that it's a big threat. I'm Lisa. I'm your risk consultant, and I'll let everyone else introduce themselves as well.
Morning, Judge listeners. My name is Sharon Blankenship. I'm your human resources consultant. I moved over from the southwest region of the state over to the southeast in September last year. Since then, I've been working closely with Amy and Christina. I came in May and provided discipline and documentation training to about 30 supervisors and department heads. I'm also available to provide other HR trainings, core trainings that are going to be available in that brochure that we do recommend as a best practice that you review that at least every 5 years. Every time the legislature meets, they like to provide counties with new requirements that come in the form of a policy. And those are some things that we also put in place and provide as samples to counties so that they don't have to go in and try to create their own policies on that. But I'm here, I'm available to help you with any HR-related issues, and I look forward to working with your county.
Thank you. I'm Isaac Garcia. I'm your risk control consultant. I've been with the association for over 10 years, but been working in this area for about 2 years. The first time that we came out here, or the first time I came out here to work with y'all was when we had a workshop that y'all were gracious enough to host or let us host here. I tie myself to most of your lines of coverage, including workers' comp and automobile liability. So a lot of what I do is safety related. I've worked with Amy and Tina in the past. Policy, trying to go over claims, make sure you all are aware of the claims that are happening. That way we can help try to mitigate some of those claims. We've provided training for your road and bridge folks in the past. Just recently, this last year, I think back in March, we came and did a safety survey of this building. I will say Larry and his team do a great job, especially with the software that you all have to help keep things in line. So if there's anything we can do for you, please let us know.
And I'm Craig Johnson. I hold the mantle of Nick, the newest consultant on the team. I'm a retired chief deputy, and I've been a consultant with TAC for about 1.5 years, or a little over 1.5 years.
You want a bailiff job?
Thank you for the offer. It's working on a, sorry about that, Steve. A lot of the similar things here with law enforcement. We consult sheriffs and constables and county law enforcement for our members about, best safety practices, best practices, policies, procedures. We offer various types of trainings, use of force, and I think a lot of them are highlighted in the catalog there. Most recently, I conducted some jail suicide prevention training down here at the jail within the last right around 1 year now. And so I have a good long-standing relationship with the chief deputy down there from the Chief Deputy Association. I'm the immediate past president now, which is a good title to have because other people get to run that. But I have a good sheriff's office. I look forward to being involved with more members of the county, an elected officials, and thank you very much.
One last thing I just want to make sure y'all are aware of is our board does authorize that the pool provides to counties funds for safety equipment every year, and that's going on right now. So the road and bridge crews, as well as law enforcement, each have allotted funds that you can use to spend on safety equipment, and that program ends on August 28th. So please make sure you use those funds.
I figured my bunches have probably already done it because I've seen the stuff at the lawn, so.
Well, that's good. Well,
I will say that program works because we buy stuff with that we normally would not buy.
thank you for not throwing away free money. We really appreciate it.
As chief, I always appreciate free money that came in where I could buy stuff from.
Absolutely. Needed, but I mean, we spend a lot of money on my older crew. We spend a lot of money on Band-Aids, and that's where we get our supply yearly from, like this.
And y'all getting hurt down there, Brandon, or what?
Sounds it, chucking rocks at each other.
Them old people got that thin skin.
Talking about me?
Yeah.
You ain't thin skin.
Thank you, folks.
We thank y'all.
Thank you.
I do have one question for you. Do y'all provide on the cybersecurity, stuff that all county employees use? That, we have to do it once a year? Do y'all do that?
Our pool does not do that, but TAC through CIRA does. There's another entity within TAC that does do that, and they provide that training, and it also includes the newly mandated AI training that all state employees have to.
We have to have that completed by.
I think it's by August 31st.
What?
AI?
Online?
AI training?
Okay,
All right.
It's not our pool.
let's start on that one.
Yeah, I just did my.
We're good on the other one. I think, right, Amy? Close? Okay, I've done mine.
I didn't mind. Thursday.
I think
Out of cyber.
Okay, we thank y'all.
Thank you.
that's what we done.
Free.
Be free. Now it's $5.
Yeah.
All right, 23. Get down to the fun stuff. Larry, we'll see you.
Thank you for coming, Larry.
You got any questions, Larry, before you go? Okay.
Ah.
23, public hearing concerning plat number 2026-015, replat of lots 3 and 4, section 1 of the Highland Creek subdivision. Time is 10:26. Anyone here to speak upon this? Anybody? All right, Andy.
Plat to move a property line between two. Straightforward. I think the only thing that the court has a rule that exhibit right of ways. Yeah. Yes. Right of ways and
Good without it right there. I got no issues with this one.
You okay with it, Bill?
Waiting for Tom change.
Yep.
All right, time is 10:27. Public hearing is closed. Number 24, discuss and take action on plat number 2026-015, replat of lots 3 and 4, section 1 of the Highland Creek subdivision.
Make the motion to approve agenda item 24.
Being seconded, all in favor, raise your hand. Carries. 5, discuss and take action on Jeremy Kitschy request for variance to section B 2.3 of the Walker County subdivision regulations regarding flag lot depth to width ratio for plat number 2026-016.
Obviously approved a variance to allow for staff. So they've gone through and got all that surveyed out with the staff link is approved and they're back for approval of the exception. Move to approve.
I'll second.
Seconded, all in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries. 26, discuss and take action on plat number 2026-016 JK Investments 13.225 acre subdivision Cornelius A. Slate Survey A496.
This is the adjoining properties very back before for approval of the exception. Move to approve.
Second it.
Moving seconded, all. Yeah. Motion carries. 27, discuss and take action on exemption 2026-027 Buckner Family Grant 17.78 acre John Sadler at League A-45.
Same thing in it, Eddie. You know,
That weird, really long
27.
easement, they want to right away, combining all the easements into one right away.
yeah, if I ain't mistaken, that first one was that first half. Let me back up. I got off. I thought we were doing this. We need to back up that one.
25?
All right, can we stay on 27 right now?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
So. Let's scroll forward to the.
I didn't see a map.
Might be on 26.
That's
There's a map in there, so I saw.
the same one.
That's what threw me off.
Yeah.
So this is the exception that we just discussed with the 35-foot staff width that was approved by previous variance. Number 27. All right.
Was yours, Brandon?
We've got everything's been through court. 27 and 28 are the ones I thought we went through, because I don't know exactly what happened, but had that, but yes. Move to approve 27.
Second.
Move second, all in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries. Are we gonna have a different result when we go to 25?
Have we seen this? I don't know that have we seen this one before?
This, yeah. Yeah, this is the one where they asked for, there was two adjoining tracks and it was
Right.
family, and they asked for no frontage, and the court instead granted a 35-foot frontage. Because the one we're looking at has two,
got them to the.
and then the one on the right, which I think we already did, is, two tracks in the middle's got the red line.
Yeah.
One on above it, with the two tracks, and then the one below it's got three tracks. We couldn't get to the 50, we had to go in, but let them go down to 35, because they're so long and narrow.
Do you need
I
to back,
remember.
do you need to back 25?
I think we need to revisit. If you want to talk about it, sure.
Okay.
I don't think it's gonna change the result, but I'd like to at least revisit it on
Okay.
for my sake.
All right, we're gonna go back and listen to Andy on 25 to discuss and take action on Jeremy Kushner's request for variance to section 2.3.
All right, scroll down. First one is a variance request. The variance request is simply for depth of width. So under our Flagstaff requirement, there's a depth of width on this versus the back line. This is obviously an atypical shape of a track, so they're asking for a variance. Not on frontage, but on depth of width. I'm good.
Everybody good? All right, we're gonna move on then. Go down to 28. Discuss and take action on exception number 2026-028, Pulaski Family Grant 17.47 acres.
This is gonna be the side of it. This is the other side of it. The other track that you just looked at was this one. This is. Again, with the. That was in the same. So the elimination. Originally, they wanted.
Motion is second, all in favor? Aye. Motion carries. All right. Well, now, that's okay. Now we're going to budget. Are y'all here for budget?
You want to start with a presentation?
That's what I was gonna suggest, to start with those. You okay with that?
Of course.
Philip Judicial, call it. Clark County, Evan, you're up. Hopefully. How are you?
Just presentation.
Good?
Who's that?
What's say, Evan?
Morning, everybody. How are you?
It's been a year since the same,
It's been almost 3 since I've been here. As a matter of
Couple
fact,
years.
I had to look it up.
this gray hair, you know.
Yeah,
I thought it was last year.
my board said something to me about how I was aging. I said, oh, yes, ma'am, please. I said, it's not the years, it's the miles. Okay. That's what it's. Y'all ready?
Yes,
Knock
sir.
it out.
All right, so back in 1983, when I was a sophomore at Conroe High School and about 5'4", this county, along with Montgomery and Liberty County together, Tri-County neighborhood, well, it was then Tri-County MHR Services. And of course, we took the MR on everything. The word declaration became Stephen class. And as part of that, you'll see this later on here, I'm required by health. Our governmental entity, because you sponsor us, I'm required to come ask you for money every year. Now, some of my counties have started forgetting that I'm required, and I have to beat on their door and leave notes on the side of their cars and that kind of thing. But I'm glad to be able to speak with you today. So I'm gonna talk a little bit about highlights of what we see going on, talk to you about funding requests. I'm not a slide reader. This will be pretty quick, okay? You all know me. I'm Evan Robertson. I'm the Executive Director of Tri-County Behavioral Healthcare Business now for almost 14 years of my 33 years in this business. And pleased to be a service for Walker County along with Liberty and Montgomery.
So our board members that you guys appoint, Jacob Pascal, Morris Johnson, and Tracy Sorensen. Jacob does serve as our board secretary of the Tri-County Board of Trustees. We've always had outstanding board leadership of this county. Don Kramer was our board chair for many years. We've had a lot of really great Walker County representation, so we're grateful for that. Board of Trustees is something that's come under question by some of the Senate Health and Safety Committee, or some of the Senate it actually came up in Senate Finance, but it's a part of discussion as a part of Senate Health and Human Services Committee about how they're structured, where these board members come from, why they're on the boards, all those kind of things. You may see some of those questions. We do have an ex officio Sheriff's Office member, Keith D. Hart. Mostly that's phone calls. He doesn't come to most of our board meetings. So it is the policy of, next slide if you would, it's the policy of Texas that we are formed to try to prevent higher cost institutional care. I think it's lost on society today that if you put in 250 people year round into the state hospital, it will cost more than my entire budget. You're not just the more humane option, you are the lower cost option. That's right now, there's a lot of focus on institutionalization, and certainly there's a place for that. I have an issue when we need it. But if we institutionalize all the people who need mental health care or intellectual disability services, the state couldn't afford it. This wasn't just a philosophical thing, it was a financial thing when they created community centers. So there's a lot of folks that have these issues. And the point I want to make here is that, well, first of all, the definitions on all these things change and the statistics to do with it. But the bottom line is about 8% of your population is going to have either mental illness or intellectual disabilities or both. I don't even think I have a substance abuse number there. That's even higher. So as your population grows, your need for these services are going to grow. It's just the reality of the world that we live in today. And depending on where you're at, some other factors, there may be higher growth or lower growth, but we see a consistent service as the community grows. So next slide, if you would. Our funding in Texas is some of the worst in the nation. Some of our, I've actually heard folks say that that's a good thing because that people then don't move here who need those services at very high cost.
Did that come off his court or what?
No.
Votes for Ronnie.
The truth is, though, these are neighbors, these are your grandkids. And this is just what happens to our society. And we can rejoice in this, or as I do, I'm just trying to put services on the ground. It's very difficult for us in this state. So mental health funding, this is just some ideas there. Access to kids' mental health services is the lowest in the nation, right? So that's not a good thing. And our uninsured rate in Texas is the highest in the nation. We have more people without insurance in the state of Texas. Part of that's Medicaid expansion. We have philosophical views on that, but we had a problem before Obamacare. So it's been an issue for us a long time. What does that mean? We don't have any place to go if there's not a safety net provider like us. Next slide, if you would. The intellectual disability funding is even worse. That's what the takeaway on this slide. We rank 49th in the United States. Depending on the data you look at for mental health side, we might be as high as second or as low as 47. Research is depends on what the variables are, where you land in that. Consistently near the bottom, right? So the state's been spending next money, if you would, next slide, a lot of money, right? But this is what's important about this, is that the money is being spent on the state hospital system right now. They spent billions, but it's not in community care. We talk about in our world what we call a three-legged stool. So you have the outpatient care, you have the inpatient care, and you have crisis care, which connects those things. And at this point, we're getting an inpatient care system which has got a really long leg, and the other two are falling over on the three-legged stool. The money that's been spent in the last few sessions has been those top two sets of bars there, state hospital and community mental health hospital. This is where the money's going. The bottom two bars are where my funding comes from, which are primarily the increase in funding is grant related. And let me make a point here, because I've talked to the judge about this. The funding that we receive is almost always going to require a local funding source to match. In our state, usually that's one-on-one, because when they put together these community centers back in 1983, they said this would be a local, state, federal partnership. So when you go to legislature and ask for money, they say, how much did your county put in? Basically, how much do your counties value this work that you're doing before you ask us for more money? Of course, when you get here, it's the reverse. And then if you went to the federal government, they want to talk about the other two. It's like that bear on the Far Side cartoon has got the the scope fixed on him. The other bear, it's kind of what we look like, go over there, right? That's what everybody goes. And I understand it, right? We try to manage a tight budget too. If you would, next slide. The bottom line though is for us is we have community services funding. So this 8% of society that's out here, whether we, this is not something you earn or you do, it just exists in our community. And you have it takes a population that's growing rapidly. We're up 3 million since the pandemic started. State 3 million, by the way, is the population of Iowa, the whole state. That's our increase. And of course, I don't know how much that's from California, quite a bit. At least my staff are. Okay, next. If you
Go home.
Well, they didn't bring any money with them, that's for sure. They're escaping those taxes. I have to have a conversation in every employee orientation class about, where they're from and what's your culture there and where you're at and what our culture is here. Because many of our employees are coming from the state. We've seen a lot of Illinois employees in the last couple of years. So the funding lacks the growth, right? And as I mentioned earlier, our grants require match. I called a few times and said, hey, there's this great thing we could do in Walker County. I need some match. That's difficult, as you guys know. What I asked Liberty County for this year, in addition to their funding, I said, I need you to try to find some money to put off to the side because there are things for law enforcement your people want. If we had some money available to match when the grants pop, we could do great work for community. So anyway, that's a free advertisement. If you would, next slide. So one of the challenges for us is that since April of 2023, we've done what's called the Medicaid unwinding, which means that we have removed a lot of people from the Medicaid rolls. What that means for us is we're a system that bills Medicaid almost exclusively from we try to bill other people, but they're the only ones that really fund most of what we do. Our system is designed for indigent and low income folks for the most part. And the amount of funding that we've lost in these last 3 years is remarkable. Overall, my budget is $12.5 million less than it was in 2024. So that's a significant hit over the years. Next slide, if you would. We're still serving a lot of folks. I will say that in Walker County, in a Huntsville office down here, which I had somebody from here, somebody who should have known, asked me if we even were in Walker County. I said, well, here's the problem. You know where the old skating rink used to be? That's where we're at. Morris Johnson talks about when he was a kid skating around that place in his afro blowing in the wind, So it's been there a long time. We've been there for 30 plus years in that one location. In that site, we've gone from 2 days a week adult psychiatry to 4, and we're pushing a need for 5th. We've gone from off-site, in other words, you had to come to Conroe for children's psychiatry, on-site psychiatry a day and a half a week. So that's been a constantly growth area. We're also in 2 local elementary schools here in Walker County trying to get these kids addressed before they need long-term services. Next slide is just to show you the impact of crisis services. There's been a change, and I want to address this real quickly. I won't take up a lot of your time, but some of you know, and your teams know very much, that we struggle with the way we used to do emergency detention orders in Montgomery County. There's been some changes, even interpretation about that from the county attorney's office, and we've lost. So we're saying we haven't won that argument yet. There was a change in the Texas Health and Safety around emergency detentions and some of that. It only changed it some places, leaves it kind of nebulous. It's hard to figure out what the answer is. So as much as I think they're wrong, I can't win an argument with them because the code isn't clear. So we see a lot more activity going to the hospitals. That's not as bad here as it is in Montgomery County, but I can tell you the Montgomery hospitals are seeing those EDOs show up in some bulk. As I mentioned earlier, next slide, if you would. We're required every year to come ask you for money. It's my requirement to do so. So I've been leaving sticky notes on the judge's car for about 6 months, trying to make sure he doesn't forget me. No, not really. We just had to make a call. But we're one of the organizations that always has to make the call. Nobody ever calls us and says, hey, we want to hear from you. And the county funding is not used as funds for services. If you match something for me, it is. But the regular funding is part of my match for the state contracts. So if you would, next slide. Our actual match is almost $2 million a year from the 3 counties. Your percentage of that, $160,000, $190,000 a year, is just what it takes to match the stuff I'm doing straight out of the box. Now, we have managed that legally and ethically through the audits have all proved this, but we have been able to manage that as a system by using earned revenue. So we bill for something, that's our money, we can do with what we want. It's more and more difficult to do that as that earned revenue drops. $12.5 million drops has had us cut over 100 positions at our center and eliminate many services that we absolutely loved. And anyway, it's not as easy to make up that match as it was. So my funding request, next slide is, you guys have been funding us at 28,728. Get some money from the hospital district here as well. And I've asked for $1 a resident a year, rounded down to the nearest quarter 100,000 right there. So 78,000, I think is the number I found. $1 a year per resident, 75,000 of service local match for our center. I feel like that's a fair request. I want you to know I haven't been to Montgomery County yet, but I've made the same request in Liberty County. Challenge in Liberty County is they don't know how many people live there because that colonia over there is so big and nobody knows and nobody goes out there to count people. And if you count them today, that might be different tomorrow. But Liberty County, as you may know, was the fourth fastest by percentage growth county in the United States in 2025. That's on fire over there, but they don't really know how many residents they have. It'll be interesting to see if the Census Bureau sends out bilingual census takers next year or in 2030, I guess, the next time, 2029, because they didn't. So really nobody to see how many folks are there. But I did ask them for $1 per person as well, just so you know I'm keeping consistent. And we'll see if I ever get that out of Montgomery County, but we'll give it a shot. So Sunset, I want to finish with this. And I know it's budget season, right? So nobody answers my calls when I call in budget season. I haven't called yet, just so you know. But if I did, I always get this like, come back later. So the timing is bad, but the legislative session is going to kick off in January. And Sunset Commission has HHSC under focus, and Sunset Commission is specifically focused on our system. So I want to be able to come around and at least talk to you about what we're doing, answer your questions, make sure you're aware, because you may get a call from me at some point that says, like, if you like what we're doing here, I would love a call to, Representative Wharton or Senator Shortner in this county, right? Or others, right? I'll let you call all the Sunset Commission, or go see them. I'll go with you. We'll go see them together. It'll be a lot of fun, but there is a lot of discussion about what happens with our local intellectual disability functions specifically. And Senator Colcourse's Sunset Commission is not happy with the LIDAs. From what we hear, she's happy with what we're doing. She is one of our senators. She covers a little sliver of Montgomery County. So, and I guess that's it. There's one more slide back there in case the question came up about the CSU, but I'm done. And I'm here to answer any questions. I could have said that from the beginning. You get unreal.
We do appreciate what y'all do for us.
You have a very hard job,
Well,
not very well funded.
I love these folks. That's why they get served, right? I mean, it doesn't, I don't understand. So I don't understand. In Texas, I used to understand politics is this. Let's spend the money in the least expensive place. That's what when I came, I mean, like, I'm gonna spend $1 here, it's gonna save you $100 there. Seemed like the way to make the argument. If we don't spend the money up front, if we don't spend it in community mental health, we will spend it in crisis services, in services at hospitals, in state hospital dollars. For the 200 beds, I think I worked this out one time where it's like 260 RNs per 100 beds or some crazy number like that. That may not be exactly correct. Awesome RN is about $100,000. You can start to do the math on what those bed days cost. New facilities that we're going on in the state. So we're going to spend it on the cheap side, or we're going to spend it on the expensive side, but we're going to end up spending it either way. So anyway, if you have questions, my phone number, my cell phone's on there. Y'all call me anytime, by the way. I answer the phone pretty much 24/7 unless I haven't slept in a few days and don't wake me up. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Take a break. No, I'm good. You need a break? All right, we'll take a 5-minute break. All right, we're back at 10:57 with EMS.
So we put together, a small presentation for kind of the bigger items and then we send them. That works for you. Not quite order, but, Chief Ward was creative enough to put together. So. So no surprise, guys. We are asking for, this is our number one ask, is a pay for our employees. Since Chief Ward's been here, he's been really helpful in compiling like a big study of, all the agencies in our region. So around 35 agencies across our region, and we're number 30. Okay. We've run a bunch of numbers and our employees. Yeah, so the average tenure of our employees currently is about 2 years. So they're leaving before they even hit the 2-year, costing us about $10,000 to train each employee. We've had at least 24 that I could calculate in the last 4 or 5 years that have left strictly due to pay. A small percentage of those have stayed part-time, and then have completely left. I think in the past year, we have 5 or 6 have already gone down to part-time, working at Sci-Fair, MCHD. I think one with the EST 11. And then we have a couple that are just, they've completely gotten out of. We've had a couple people go to nursing school as well. So I know that's a huge ask, but just literally anything so we can retain. We have a really good group of employees. And we like to keep them longer than, 18 months or so. So that's our biggest ask.
Yeah, so just to add on the study survey that I did, was for publicly available information about agencies either in SETRAC, just in our region, or places that we know that people would move to go work at. The highest range of those, and the Excel sheet was submitted to you guys as well. The highest range of those are areas that we either immediately border or one county removed from us. And the difference between us and the 35th position is $134 a year. The next, like 33rd position is over $6,000 as far as like pay difference from where we start our paramedics at to where the next lowest place is. And then the median tenure, that's for everybody, including our supervisors. We've got like, I think 5 or 6 people that have been here for greater than 10 years, and then it just dwindles really, really quickly after that. I think probably somewhere around 60 to 70% of our staff have all been here for less than 3 to 5 years. So the kind of impact that has on us as a system is that essentially any training that we've done system-wide 1.73 years ago or further, half of our staff have not seen any of it. So we're having to constantly kind of refresh on stuff that we've already talked about, which makes it really hard to kind of progress where we're going at medically. We know that medicine is one of those fields that's always changing. So we're always trying to like keep up with the new stuff while also having to kind of go back and reaffirm some stuff that may not even be all about medicine, but also just about Walker County in general. 1.73 years of just working in Walker County. Everybody's, half the people are newer than that. So just learning how to get in and out of the prisons and the way that the place works and getting a lay of the land and kind of that institutional knowledge that we think our best employees have like very in-depth knowledge of is kind of getting lost out on half of our staff.
Go back to your first slide that you had up there. So the salary, the 62,533 baseline, how many hours a year is that? Is that the 3,000 something hours?
3,334. We're starting, our range is, I think 1879 up to like 2406 an hour. And just to get people here, we're having like filling in for their last year, and we kind of used the other kind of recruit, but it hasn't really helped much, and we we'd like to pay our more senior employees, but they don't have the experience to kind of be in that level or in that category yet.
Okay, so I'm not familiar, y'all may be familiar with the ones, but like in Montgomery County, the 86,942, they're 1,000 hours less, 500 hours less.
So we average 56 hours a week and they average 40, I think it's 50, because they have that third day. I think it's somewhere right around like 48 or 52.
Okay.
And so whenever I did all of this stuff, a lot of agencies would either advertise hourly rates or annual rates, and some of them are still paying more while working less. So a lot of agencies are working 42-hour work weeks, which is with that fourth shift. And so they're still, you know, even with working, you know, 4 shifts instead of 3, they're still kind of making more than us. And then whenever I went and selected who to actually put on the slide, I tried to find people who are counties that are similar to us. And then obviously Montgomery County being our immediate neighbors, we've added a few people to go to Montgomery County. And the piece for 80-9, that's in Montgomery County, that in charge paramedic. So meaning like they are the paramedic on the truck making the decisions. We don't have an option for an attendant paramedic like they do, where we can't put a paramedic on the truck and not have them make decisions. We don't have that luxury. Their default is 2 paramedics, so we use the higher 2, because that's essentially the expectation for paramedics.
Or is everybody between Austin, Colorado, Waller, Washington, do you know if they're 3 shift or 4 shift, you know?
All of those are 3 shifted.
3.
Yes, sir.
Justin, are they funded through the county or are they private?
MCHD is funded through the actual hospital district. But Austin County, and I believe all of the others as well, are all funded strictly through the county.
Through the county,
Yes, sir.
Sure about that?
I know that Austin County definitely is.
I remember
know
talking to
that-
Judge, Austin County Judge, Lapham. I thought he told me that their EMS was funded by ESDs.
They have, as far as I know, I'm not an expert on it, but I think.
It'd be nice if ESD down there in New Wave would help us with this.
They bought an ambulance.
You brought it up.
Oh, man.
But it doesn't, that's strictly fire, it's not EMS.
Okay.
The others are county funded. I know Colorado, Washington for sure, and Waller.
All right, good, thank you, appreciate it.
Ready for that one?
So this next one would be for a clinical chief. I've asked a chief for the last several years to help with all of our training, and it's a lot of training to keep up with, especially constantly having turnover and having new employees. We have all of these items that are kind of being spread out amongst our 3 district chiefs and then a handful of other field employees that just kind of want to help along with us, kind of leading it. So it makes it really hard with the 3 shifts to kind of like have a central, you know, spot or central manage all of the clinical oversight. And another thing that we struggle with is training of our FROs. All of our first responder organizations, our fire departments are under our EMS license. So we're obligated to provide them EMS training and credentialing and provide them CE. And it's really hard to stay on top of that. We're having to kind of deploy, you know, field employees out to do that, which, you know, isn't consistent training for anybody. So that's an area we've really struggled with that we really would like to improve our first responder us into the community. So this is a position, we have a receptionist position in our office that hasn't been filled, so we don't need a receptionist, so we would just be asking for the additional funding to go for this position would be paid just like one of our district chiefs or field supervisors. So not a whole new position, half a position added onto this one. Should we go to the next one? So this one, you guys will probably like this one, so I don't think this is gonna like take, you know, money out of your pocket. We are really pushing to implement a blood program here in Walker County, and Set Track is really helping with that. They got funding from the state to help build blood programs throughout the region. So we've been working with them. There are startup costs for it. It is the cost of the blood whenever we use it, but
Every year we get pass-through funds back from Set Track, and we've been participating in the TASK program, which is like the supplemental payment program, through the state, and it's based off charity care. And we've gotten more and more funding back the last 3 years we've done it. This year we're slated to get, as of right now, about $90,000 back from TAF. Last year we got about 40, and the year before that, I think it was like 12, maybe. So our ask for this would be to take any of those kind of funds that we get and create our own, like a specific line in the budget just for like blood and, like clinical projects. That way, if we are able to do this blood program, we can kind of fund it ourselves. We can track it a lot easier with the costs associated with it. That would be our ask regarding a blood program. We would have administered just running simple numbers, blood 36 times last year. So 36 patients would have gotten blood if we would have had it, which is a lot of people. So we really want to implement this, and I think this is kind of a good way to fund it. Also, we had a clinical person. This would be a great project for them because through Set Track, we're going to have to keep up with a lot of regulations and rules and reporting back to the RAC. So it would be nice to have the extra hands to kind of, well.
And just to add in, the requirements of Set Track to be able to participate in this blood program is essentially you have to participate in their performance dashboards and give them all of your data. And we kind of married this in a clinical division chief is a opportunity to have like one centralized location for all of our blood traffic to go through. And we, Chief Parker and I discussed this program and kind of what it looks like to get one up and running. And I sat with Dr. Kovar, medical director, in my office when we ran these numbers for blood administration just here in Walker County. And in a conversation that Chief Parker and I had in a separate meeting, they said that 36 times to be administering blood in the field is higher than the entire east side of Houston. Kind of like showing how urgent the need is here and how sick the population is when we do get those calls. That, the need is here, and if we can fund it separately, that's essentially our estimate.
So you gotta get the clinical to do this, or you can do this now.
It would.
We could do it now, but it would significantly help if we had a dedicated person to also help with it.
So explain the structure. How you keep X amount of blood,
So
different
the
types on the ambulance?
Yes, sir. So the way the RAC is kind of looking at setting it up is they would have essentially vending machines throughout the region. So for us, probably the closest one will either be Monroe or unfortunately in Spring, just because of their metrics. And so each department would be assigned a specific number of like units of blood at a time. And then when you use them or you have to trade them out because they're going to expire, you would have to go to this vending machine to do an exchange or to get new blood. And my understanding is that we would be allotted a certain amount. So another agency might be allotted more than us, because they just kind of go based off, like, I think currently the call volume and things like that. So then there would be all of the tracking with that. When you store it in the vehicle in a cooler, you have to have continuous temperature monitoring. So there's coolers that have that already built into it. And Gulf Coast is the blood center that's kind of backing all of this. So they're doing the contract with Set Track, but with the state implemented program, that cuts off our ability to go get our own contract with Gulf Coast. So they're not starting any more contracts with, EMS agencies. It's all there. So that's kind of what that model would look like. It would be on our district chief or field supervisor vehicle, and they would take it everywhere. And then hopefully if the crew knows the call details, they can call them to the scene, whether they're automatically dispatched or not, just crew discretion. So we want to get it done pretty quickly anyway.
Okay.
This next ask would be for we discussed last year, how do we get to a fourth shift? And I think the best way is to just kind of slowly add additional paramedics each year if we're able to do that. This would allow us over about the course of 5 years to be able to have a fourth shift, and then also put up an additional truck, hopefully. If we were able to do that this year, moving forward, we would be able to move specific crew members to more of a support role for our district chiefs and put them kind of on like a squad so that we would be able to have kind of 2 district chiefs almost, back up our crews on critical calls and things like that, while also freeing up our district chiefs to be able to help with some more administrative projects. So, this would just be like on the road to getting a fourth shift, which I think is a better work-life balance for everybody.
Why are you talking about crews, the Riverside? That ever get?
Mhm.
Okay, so
And the crews love it out there. Like the crews that work on that truck, they don't want to work anywhere else. They love Riverside, so. Yep.
it's good.
We've got, sorry. Yeah, we've got 3 paramedics that are actually in the field right now that we have trained and kind of ready for, we call them fill-ins or captains. They could ride up as a supervisor if the supervisor takes vacation or is out sick or whatever. And those 3 are those that are ready kind of to move into that single provider role. So we have them already kind of all trained up. So if another crew needs to be closer than the supervisor, they can go out.
Or backfill if we're short staffed as well. I just kind of think an extra person to keep trucks up.
So are you asking for reclassification or actual people?
Actual people.
Okay.
Is that it?
Okay.
So this one, we're asking to convert, we have 2 trucks going for remount this year that they were approved for this budget year. They're going for remount hopefully at the end of the year or in the spring. And we worked with, Mark to kind of see what a better option is with our generators. The current generators that are in our truck, according to Fraser, Cummins is not making those models anymore. They have like a new model. So any issues with the current ones, they're not kind of prioritizing them. It's a known issue. With all the ambulances that have those generators. So Mark's been looking at this for kind of a couple of years. And our ask would be to switch those 2 trucks that are going to get remounted. We've already cut the POs, we already have the chassis. Changing from an ONAN generator to a MEPS generator on each one of them to try out, to see if that helps with our costs related to out of service time, fuel. We've had so many issues with our ONAN generators, that we've lost a ton of time with these trucks. Over 7,000 hours or 280. We've had generators out of service. So this is like crews having to get into a reserve truck or us driving a generator or a truck down to Fraser and getting it back. We try to use our local vendors as much as possible, but a lot of times these go back to use.
Thought we bought a crane and a dolly and extra generators, so we just swap them out. So
Yeah, we
with the
have one
downtime.
extra generator, but our new trucks that we have all kind of have the same problem with generators. So we do.
Is that particular brand basically is giving you trouble?
Yes, and I've reached out to Fraser about it, and it's not a Fraser issue, it's a manufacturer of the
Is it the generator part or the engine part that's giving you problems?
generator.
Thing just plug and play.
For this one, this isn't under the hood, it works more like an alternator.
Understand what, backing up to what Ronnie's statement a while ago, you said that the ONAN generators are being replaced and upgraded to a different generator.
No, they would still be the ONAN generator. Was what we got approved for last. So we're asking if we can upgrade that and change it to the MEPS and the remounts to try it out, to see if it's viable. Okay.
Just saying, man, that sucks.
Pretty
Saying.
much, yeah, and we've had a lot of other agencies are switching to this. I think I submitted a presentation, we have Sport Bank Health was on away from the regular generators. I think Austin County, I think switched to a
They put that
few.
on the roof.
There's been quite a few in our area that have switched over to the MEPS and they haven't had.
How much more strain is that on the engine of the vehicle? 'Cause you're just putting generator onto our engine, right?
So what I got out of Mark and having conversations with the people who actually make it, essentially it doesn't add a ton of extra strain to our actual engine, like the chassis engine itself. It just kind of spins a belt. The biggest upside to this is that to essentially get these worked on, you just take it out, swap in a new one, and they recommend having one extra MEPS generator for each of the two trucks. And then it gets sent off, I forget what the city is, but it's here in Texas, up near Dallas. And we can just slap a new one in. The total time for like swapping these over is 4 hours, and there's no like moving parts. There's no second engine to it. The crews don't have to check the oil. We're not having constant oil leaks. Anytime the chassis is on, the back of the ambulance is running rather than having two full motors running at the same time all the time.
That's what I was talking about earlier. That's the same reason that we went with the Onan, because we'd have a spare and all we had to do was switch them out and no downtime. It only took a couple hours. It's the exact same thing.
So we're getting to the point to where we're having multiple generator failures. So one spare isn't quite enough sometimes. Sometimes it is, a lot of times it's not.
The reason why Mark suggested these specifically is there's a whole lot less things that could go wrong with it. Rather than having a complete separate combustible engine actually in the generator, it's just one piece that's mounted under the hood. There's a whole lot less factor play for stuff that can go wrong. There's no like, oil leakages.
The
all
crews
the
aren't
other
having to
stuff.
touch it every day.
I don't mind looking at the concept, but I mean, in reality, there is a lot of truth to what he says. I mean, even though you're putting another apparatus on the truck, which is taken away from power. I mean, your air conditioners take away from it. I mean, everything takes away from it. So I would,
My engine was built to build
yeah, I mean, I
on
would
that.
definitely
that
ask somebody that's used them, that's got them now, what kind of power reduction.
I'll be having some conversation with Onan.
That's coming up this year.
Yeah.
Presentation, he's talked.
I don't see a problem buying another power unit that could be.
Yeah, I don't either.
Two that goes down.
Mark's talked to at least 5 different departments that have them and they all love them. So, I mean, or we can keep.
Well, there's 30 more because you reached out to them for the salary study. So keep calling a few more.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Danny and Brandon on that. I think we need more research on the Onan side and find out if they're just throwing their hands up, even at, not from necessarily from Fraser, but over even back directly to Onan and being like, we got 7,166 hours of downtime on basically a pull the rope generator. I mean, it's got a starter on it, but it's the one.
I do no maintenance on my Onans and I can go there, they ain't cranked in a year and I want to put a hot bag on it, crank up and run for
We
you.
have a vastly different experience.
Yeah.
The way that
Well, then it may be the series that y'all are getting.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
I think that's it, because there's a lot of other departments within the last couple of years that are having the same issues. I just wanted to.
Well, that's why I asked you whether it's the motor or not. I would buy an Onan motor personally, because I've had hell with them. But
Already.
I think that overall for the per year, I mean, not having to actually put.
but not on generators, they're on air compressors.
And also just for repair and maintenance, we're spending almost $4,000 per truck per year versus these. They get serviced, I think they said once every 8 months, and it costs anywhere between $800. It's kind of a flat fee. You send it off, it gets rebuilt, they send it back to you, you plug it back in.
And what's Fraser's position on either or?
Fraser doesn't care.
Yeah.
They'll put whatever power mode you want in it. Fraser doesn't have a dog in the fight.
Yeah, they'll kind of direct you to who's using what.
Sells the MEPS. That's
MEPS is actually the company itself.
where they located.
I believe it's up around DFW.
Yeah.
All right, so it's 20,050 additional cost as part of the remount. Is that each or for both?
Total. That would get a MEPS into each of our remount.
I think we ran the numbers just based on how much it would actually cost. I think that after it was like 1.8 years or so for both of them running, they would pay already back the price just to repair for all of the Onan stuff that we would anticipate having problems with.
Okay. All right, I think we have some conversation about that one.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to get whoever else in the room that can answer the questions better.
well, I would like you to, I don't know who you called, but the maintenance side of it, not just the people who use it. I mean, the people who use it are gonna say it's great, obviously.
Right,
You know, but if Mark is talking to the maintenance,
he is.
saying, you know, hey, this is not having a.
I was thinking like Justin Davis,
Yeah.
that he, regional sales guy, and
Yeah.
hey, give us some answers on why they're doing this, and if y'all have a recourse, and hey, we changed on this one, so the new ones are better, and it's
A little more info on that.
So I'm not sure if our rep from Stryker is on. I gave her the Zoom for this. We've been looking and going through our stretcher inventory, and we've been buying stretchers since 2021 when I came here. So these stretchers and these power loads, they have an end of service life, between 7 and 10 years. Stryker will quit maintaining them, and doing PM on them. They'll repair them, but they won't kind of back them. So we have a handful of assets that are ending, their service life, which means the liability is going to shift from Stryker to us if there's an issue with the stretchers. So we kind of came up with a plan, over 3 years to get the majority of these updated and replaced. And it would be 5 stretchers, 2 of the power load systems, and 4 stair chairs, which we would pay out over 3 years. And it would also include the maintenance contract with them, as well as our current assets that we're going to retain, for a total of $171,391 per year for 3 years. And at the end of the 3 years in 2029, those assets are offers. We don't pay any more money for them. They stay on our maintenance contract. So this is something that our rep kind of came up with. Humble just did this plan as well. We have a few neighboring departments that have proceeded with this. Humble, North Channel, Atascocita, and Liberty have all kind of done similar plans like this to kind of keep all of their assets up to date, functioning well, maintained. And the assets that we have that are rolling off or that are at the end of their service life, we would be trading those in, for a credit. So I don't know what the easiest plan is to keep our stuff in date, but this is a new thing they've come up with.
5 for the 5 trucks we have.
We have more trucks than that, so that's not gonna replace all of them. It's gonna replace a handful of the oldest ones.
I think that oldest, one of the oldest ones is that Waverly truck, that ESD truck.
Yeah,
In here.
that one is not ours. That's an ESD app. I believe they have a stretcher and 2 that are assets of theirs. We haven't been responsible for.
I think last year we put them on the maintenance program or we moved it over, right?
we did.
I thought we did.
I
We-
never got,
We approved it in budget.
The maintenance contract or the whatever.
Service agreement.
Service agreement, yeah.
I know we talked about it. I didn't think.
No, we approved it.
Oh, I don't remember. That's too long ago.
I have to go back and look. I know we talked about it and there was a disagreement. The court was kind of split on it.
I'd have to see on that, was it, did we put them on our agreement, but they were gonna pay for it?
Nope.
All right, so let's see the minutes on that, see what, I don't remember the conversation, but I
Yeah,
do
no,
remember.
we added it to our service.
Okay, well, I'm gonna need some.
I don't remember, man.
I just don't,
That's,
I just
I know
don't.
the contract with the ESD says the ESD will provide a load and a stretcher, so.
Right.
I don't know if that's a conversation for you guys. So, we have one that certainly we can move down there. It's slated to go into our remount in the spring for one of our trucks, but we can move it down there in the time being.
Well, if the contract says they provide one, then they should provide one. Absolutely.
So Rachel, this covers all of your trucks that are,
This will be
In-
all
in
of the,
both of
all of
them.
our frontline
Yeah.
trucks, yeah. And then there's a handful of them that are still in date and
Yeah.
good. Yes, sir. And probably at the end of 2029, there's gonna be another batch of. And
So
a
what-
lot of these assets we got from Stryker, they are. They're kind of a big chunk of them.
Striker, the only one out there?
There's some other systems, I mean, we can look into them, but historically, we've had good luck with Stryker. It need to change. I think if we change, then we'd have two different kind of maintenance contracts, and they.
If they keep pricing side of it.
Yeah, they go up every year.
Yeah, they have gone up every year. So I think that's every.
At least a reason to, hey, we're checking other stuff, y'all quit going up. Keep them in check.
Yeah, we can certainly look at.
I mean, we decide that we're gonna do that next year on our health insurance. So.
Yeah. I think it's worth whoever, if somebody else is out there, just to kind of
Say
send,
we're fixing to spend $500,000.
send them your shopping list and see what it is. I don't know if it ends up retrofitting an existing vehicle or if it drops.
It probably would.
Okay,
But we got 2 on the way.
true. Yeah. Okay.
So this ask is to reclassify our administrative assistant's position, just to the higher executive administrator position. She handles a whole host of things from dealing with law enforcement, subpoenas, managing our uniforms, keeping up with CE. She helps out a lot with billing and handles a lot of our revalidations.
Okay, so this one is an actual, you have this person on staff. The 103 up here, you said that you didn't have that position filled, right?
We have an administrative assistant, which is filled, that's a Lynn. We have an open receptionist position. The receptionist position is open, we would like to change to it. We're just. For the whole department. I think she comes in earlier than everybody and leaves later than everybody most days. I think in lieu of getting a clinical person or extra positions, her workload is going to increase. We are looking at replacing one of our Explorers if possible. It's nearing 200,000 miles and starting to have some engine issues and things like that. It was a frontline supervisor vehicle for many years. We're asking for funding to purchase another truck. Our logistics chief has, just so we can do more towing, more moving of equipment around. We asked our district chiefs and they were kind of all on board with maybe moving to a truck instead of a Tahoe. So if we could replace the vehicle, that would be the. And then these are just additional increase in operating costs. A few of the other ones I can talk about because they're in another place. Our ESO, our ESO subscription is going up and it's based on call volume and just it's across the board. It goes up every year. Our Zoll preventative maintenance, it will be coming into play. That's been covered for 5 years when we bought them with the ARP funds. So now that maintenance contract is due. Our vehicle insurance, our VFIS insurance is going up by about 15%, and that does include the addition of our 2 chassis that we've got, and then the may come on board. And then there's just been some other increases to some of our smaller subscriptions that we use, and then just an increase in paying for like state research license as well. So I just kind of flunked all of those. Yeah, it's really easier if you think that.
What do we use Canva for?
Canva, we use that one. It's relatively cheap, but we use it for all of our social media and our recruiting and things like that.
Yeah.
We were allowed to spend a small amount on recruiting. So that's one of the things that really helped us with the recruiting that we do. We do a lot of job fairs, career fairs, stuff on campus and stuff.
It's a lot.
It is a lot. Just a couple of the other things we don't have a slide for. We Would like to get a new garage door at our station over off 19. A few months back, we had one of those doors break and have to be replaced. So maintenance, their recommendation was to replace the other ones. If we could at budget time, I think it's for 2 more of them.
That's door and mechanism to open it.
It's the whole thing. And that was the recommendation of the repair company as well. So I have those quotes in there for you guys. It's about 18,000.
Y'all use all 3 bays for ambulances
Yes, sir.
to respond out of, or storage.
Storage mainly, our
So
reserve.
one is response and 2 storage.
Correct. The last time it broke, it kept our station from being secure, so. Open for a handful of days. Some other things, just an increase for medical supplies, those keep going up every year. Our call volume goes up, the price goes up. We're just trying to stay on top of it. EMSMC, Miss Allen requested that we increase it by about $25,000.
That's your billing system, right?
Yes, sir. Additional storage spaces on here. I know we had talked about if the county has any space for us to move into, this would be things for like our supplies and overstock. So if the county has a solution for that, that would be great. If not, we've put a Connex type of solution in here. If the county has a space for us, that would be preferred. And I think, just a request for some radios. We need, some truck radios and that's at the bottom of our list.
Do we put radios in ambulances as we buy them?
No, we put them in ourselves.
We move them around?
Yeah, they can do it. We can order as part of the package, but it's a lot more expensive.
Y'all in-house those?
Yes, sir. We have several that are towards kind of the end of their life. There's been some updates and things, and so they're not gonna be on here.
So on your request of those, some of them said it was for backup, for an emergency.
I think for the handheld radios. We do a lot of our special events and what we call people in for other events, things like that. There's one handheld. And we utilize those too, if we set up an extra truck, special event.
Now looking at rate review at all on the revenue side, are we looking at that at all this year? Are we where we're supposed to be or?
Yeah, we meet with them every month with our billing rep. And we've surpassed where we were at last year with collections, so, June and July was. Or so far in July, June was the.
Okay, so are we looking at adjusting our fees or costs going forward, or do they stay where they're at, or how do we look at that? And
We looked at it, I believe, when we set up the contract with them and the court didn't want to change any of the fees. We can certainly have them run a report on their other clients and kind of see what they're charging. I think, last time I talked to them about it, which was probably about 6 months ago, they said that we're pretty much right where we should be as far as billing, but I'm happy to look at that and bring something back to the court.
yeah, I'd like to see that because that was that was a substantial shopping list, but I didn't really see anything in there that's, that would is an unreasonable ask. But finding the money for it is going to be the hard part. So even if, I think we look at them and, let's see where we're at with those, if you have a mind.
Yeah, because a big percentage of our stuff's all gonna be Medicare rates anyways.
A lot of it is.
Whether it's the patients or whether it's the inmates,
Yeah.
Big shopping list.
It was.
All right.
An ask, Bill.
Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Who next?
Mr. Durham.
I wouldn't want to be the next.
Or maybe that's asking, we're like, hey, that's easy.
Wait. See y'all. No PowerPoint.
Good, good.
So, with the discussion about the constable issue, some of the things the judge said are, absolutely on point about the court system really working hard these days. Crime is up.
Growth is here because crime is up.
Yeah, well, you can drive around and you can see the homeless people that are here that weren't here 5 years ago. I see names that are old school criminals that have been around a long time, and then at every time we're doing intake, I'm like, who is that? And we don't know. There are new ones coming into town. A lot of them are thieves hitting our stores pretty hard. We're prosecuting them. But if you had to ask me, 8 years into this job, what surprised me the most is the sex crimes. And I'm going to give you a handout in a little bit, but the amount of sex crimes that we have prosecuted over the past 3 years is unbelievable. And we've done very, very well. And so my people work really hard, and I have been able to, raise their rates on their salaries pretty well with the unallocated system. And then now with the salary study, getting them up to the median, but they're up at the median now, especially my group I call felony prosecutors. And those are the ones that take felony cases from the police and get them ready for grand jury, try them in court, and then end up with Gracie, who does the appeal. So more cases you win, the more appeals. So Gracie's busier than ever too doing that as well. So I haven't ever asked for any raises for anybody ever, but I am asking something this year. And some I haven't for 7 years.
Yes, sir, I agree.
But this is basically, I know y'all are looking at raising the market rate. So, all we've done with our first request for a salary increase for felony prosecutors, 7 prosecutors. So what we did is just we pretended like there would be another notch above the current market rate because they're all at market rate. And so I think the total is around 2,000 and something for each one. So I think the grand total is $8,029. So this is a competitive salary increase for the prosecutor. You're getting a lot for your money right now because they're working really hard. And a defense attorney came up to me the other day and said, I'm trying to get this defendant to take a deal. And, I've got all the cases where y'all have put people away for life and many, many years on some of these sex cases. And he said, y'all haven't lost a case in almost 3 years. I said, huh? I tell them, don't worry about winning or losing. You're always going to lose one for the right reason, the wrong reason, or something in between. But we haven't. So they're doing really well. I'm not going to sit here and tell you and compare things to Montgomery County. That's what everybody does. But what we went ahead and did is we tried to find a county as close to us as we can in size and the amount of cases. And it's actually a name very similar to ours. It's Waller County. Now their competition is Harris County. So they have the same problem we do. They have a bigger group that can pay more right there. So we have a little comparison there, and I think we're roughly they're paying about 7% more than us on average. So all this is just taking 7 people and asking, can you try to cut it a little bit difference between Waller County? They have 3 courts like we do. They don't file near as many cases. They don't get as many cases handled. And I'll give you this handout for y'all to look at that. But we're doing really well with what we got. And I just want to keep them happy and keep that going because it's important. So that's really the bottom line on the salary increase. Do y'all have any questions on that? And I'll pass you out.
Has SB 22 helped y'all a lot on funding?
It did, and what I'm comparing here, 100%, and what I'm comparing here is county budgeted funds to Waller County. They're using SB 22 as well, and I've got SB 22
going to all of my lawyers, investigators, and the two VACs, spread out based upon their market rate. And, been really good. So I'm not comparing that, I'm comparing what is the Waller County got funded by the county and what we do. So
But you're still keeping it separate.
yeah, we are. So here, this is the comparison. Y'all pass that out. And then this is just a little slide I'll show y'all that just tells you a little bit about the different kinds of excavations we've done over the past. I use that with, presentation I do to the public.
Yeah, you were used to them. Such crimes didn't end up well in the skins. I think there's more of them in the pen down there.
There's so many.
Convicts.
So many. So that's the one that's the bigger one. The rest of them are pretty routine. So y'all take a look at that. Tell me if you have any questions at all about it. Wow.
Anybody got questions on that?
Multnomah County has like 5 more attorneys than we do. I mean, we're very busy all the time. I can't, but yeah. Okay, you want me to move on? Y'all ready? Sorry. So the next one, is just a computer, upgrade issue. We have, this is a request for half the computers that have gone down. We've got, we're asking for 6 desktop computers, 3 laptops. Total is $16,408. That's a one-time cost. None of these are still under warranty. And they're very slow. They'll freeze up for 2 or 3 days at a time. They won't copy disks. And so these are the 9 worst performing computers that are, and they're not under warranty to be replaced right now. That's what.
Are any of those doubled up, like one person getting a desktop and a laptop?
No, we're not. The desktops are going to be for mainly the ones that are not leaving the office, and then the laptops are the ones that go to court and they can.
I switched to the docking station, and I know Josh is switching to docking station. We're on about one computer.
We can look at that.
So.
The next thing is the VAC grant. I'm assistant coordinator. Y'all been dealing with this, and I applied for it my first year. We got it, and I thought it'd last about 5 years. Was still going, and that's a good thing. This is the misdemeanor VAC. They deal with protective orders and all the misdemeanor assaults down here in John Gaines's court. She's very busy. So this year, if we get it, which it looks pretty good on our numbers, it would be a 20% match. So I believe the total is $93,393, and the county match $19,011.40. There were a couple of years with 100%. Y'all didn't have to match it.
What'd you say, 19,000 what?
What's that?
19,000 what?
$11.40. And this is the 7th year of the VAC grant.
Where's that one come from?
You know, it's that group that called me about one time from, and you were at it, and you told me we could, #1, remember that? But I can't remember what the name of it is. It's out of Houston.
Okay. Is it HJC?
It is.
This one?
It's that. The next request is our Nexus Lexus account. This is our legal research. Nobody has libraries and book. That was way more money than this is costing. So this is our contract. You know how 1 year is this amount and then this amount, and it goes up a little. So it went up by $717 for this year. So that's just an increase for the current budget year. And that would be an ongoing cost with that increase. And that's how we do all our research. And in that same category is our Justice Premier software, evidence.com, which is our law enforcement agency. All their videos, all their evidence, all their photographs, everything. Yes, this is what made us paperless. So I can go on there and look at anything, and that's an ongoing cost. It went up by $2,772.60 for this year. That's one of those multi-contracts where it stays low and then it goes up.
Didn't y'all start that last year?
We started about 2 years.
2 years ago? And
Right,
y'all been
right.
happy with it? Everything worked?
Everybody's happy with it. It's amazing. The law enforcement agents don't have to make copies of their body cam and their car cam and spend all that time. They just download it and they send it to us. It's really a good system. So that's an ongoing cost just in the contract. And then the last one is a deal called Athena. It's a software system. It's like the software system that's in the law enforcement vehicles where they can look somebody up on computer. And this was paid for through dispatch. It's $359.78 a year. For some reason, dispatch has told us we're going to pay for it now, and they're not going to pay for it. So off their budget, they're putting it on our budget.
So with that, Anthony.
We're all staring at you.
You thought about that? It's yours.
So the agencies have always paid their part.
Everybody but him, right?
Current is that office were paid by planning and development and moved from planning and development to the DA's office. I think the cost was still incurred by planning and development, or we may have just incurred it for a year. Now it's back up. The care license.
Good job, Anthony.
Yeah. And we use it. I mean, when you run DLs, you run, histories, you can run stolen property, all kind of stuff on it. So it's a small amount of money. If it's not going to be on their budget, it'll be on ours. And that is all I have. Any questions at all?
Not at this moment.
All right. If you do have.
I have your number.
Give me a call. I appreciate y'all's consideration of all these things.
Thank you. ESCD.
But I have great news for you. I'm not here asking for money.
I like you.
It'd been better if you brought us a bunch.
Discuss what I would call, and there's been a lot of discussion with the auditor's office and TAs and the judges, a neutral budget issue. So 5 years ago, I came from Commissioner's Court to discuss funding for a bond officer. We are a probation department, and what has happened is the state funds that we get, they're only going to fund probationers. So in order to fund bond cases that need to be supervised, just like Mr. Durham talked about, the sex offenders are entitled to a bond. They're out in our community, and the judges and the GPs, we want them on GPS. And so that naturally does fall in our department. Unfortunately, in order to fund a bond program, the only choices is county funded or it's run through the revenue that is generated by the bond participants. So when we first, 5 years ago, we funded this bond program under what I would call a personal bond office. It's a county-run bond office funded by the county. And we have an MOU that I was over the program. I supervised it, and that was under the Code of Criminal Procedure. Well, under that chapter, a person released on a PR bond, you can only charge a one-time $20 fee, or I think it's a percentage of their bond. So the most revenue we could ever collect was a one-time $20 fee. However, if we switch this bond program to under the government code, which allows the probation department to supervise these bonds by a probation officer, we can charge $60 a month to supervise these cases. But it becomes a CSCD employee, no longer a county employee that I oversee in my office. So because of the interpretation of what a PR bond office is, that one county employee that we've had for about the last 5 years has only been able to supervise a specific type of bond, a PR bond. And there's not many of those. My staff has been supervising the surety bonds that we charge $60 a month for. So my proposal is, and we currently have a total of 60 bonds. My proposal is that the money that you already have budgeted, that you're already giving us, which is $83,184. That's for salary, drug testing, training. That instead of that, I think Patricia wants to do it more of like a grant.
I was told that the only way that we could give CSCD the money was through a grant. I think that came from the district attorney's office,
So
if I understand.
this money that y'all have already budgeted for and have been paying, if we can switch that as to a grant for the probation department, I take that employee on as my employee. And her salary, actually her benefits have to be reimbursed to the state because she's supervising bonds and the state isn't going to cover her insurance. And instead of a caseload of, well, we have 60 total, I would suggest we could probably handle 160 cases on that one caseload for a bond officer. So I would suggest, and I've ran a lot of numbers to see what my staff has collected under our version, our hybrid version, staying under the state guidelines of what we're allowed to supervise versus the one PR bond officer. And in FY25, if you add that together, we generated almost $20,000. So any bit of revenue that we would collect going forward goes straight back to the county to offset the grant. We don't collect it, we collect it, but it goes back to cover what the grant is funding. The goal is for it to become self-supported. And the county doesn't have to pitch in any money anymore. And that's what's going on in Montgomery County. They've got a lot of bonds, a lot of bond officers, but it's generating the revenue where the county isn't having to fund it anymore. So that's the goal.
How realistic is it? Honestly. I mean, to me, I mean,
It's just like when, how
Yeah.
long is it gonna take to get there?
yeah.
Well, it would be nice to see the program grow,
Yeah.
and which maybe down the future, we could grow that, have maybe another bond officer. It will be a different, it'll be a first year of trials and errors and I can't answer.
Well, and that's what I mean, obviously the exception is,
Yeah.
It's a great thing either way,
Yeah, the county is getting more bang for their buck if
Yeah.
if y'all are agreeable to transferring or changing the way it's funded. Under us. And like I said, every direct test, I would say absolutely, we could probably generate all the money, but they don't pay. So, I mean, that's the reality.
What about the employee? That's something that we had, you've been in your discussion. That's one of my concerns, the actual person.
That would be coming over to become a CSCD employee, is well aware. And when I hired her, she actually worked for Gregg County CSCD as a bond officer. So she's very familiar with CSCD medical insurance and,
Where's y'all's retirement?
we have TCDRS retirement, we have the county retirement,
Okay,
but we have state medical.
okay,
It's kind of it's a great best of both worlds, actually. for us.
okay. I didn't know. I didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, she's very aware. I've been very open with her about it. So that's not really, that's not an issue.
That's a non-issue with them.
It's a non-issue for her.
It's transferring from us to there.
Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And, we can supervise more people that need to be supervised. And that's been a discussion with the judges and, we want we want sex offenders, we want the assaultive cases, we want the felony DWIs. We want to keep eyes on the people that need to be supervised until their case is disposed of.
I like the idea.
Add or Gracie?
Yeah, I mean, if somebody bonds out, we put a lot of conditions on them now. If they're a violent offender or sex offender. And, that's very important. Good track of those people. And a lot of them don't bond out, but I'm due.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. But yes, any and all revenue that's generated going forward, goes straight back to the county. We want to be keeping any of that to offset which all are contributing. Makes sense. Over.
Thank you. Now, Gospel Precinct 2.
Exposed.
And start off by thanking every one of y'all. I was in here March a year ago. And went over form statistics, all the workload we have that I have in my agency. And y'all blessed me with my pilot program with my part-time deputy, and that has worked out really, really well. And I want to thank y'all for that. Plus that young man in and of himself. So I want to appreciate that. With that said, the resources and stuff that I use is kind of getting up there in age and mileage. So the first thing I'm looking for is to ask for a new patrol vehicle. And the reason I'm asking for it this year is we all know that sometimes when we do get blessed with a vehicle, it takes a little while for it to get one, get it outfitted, and get a human being in it and get it working. So I didn't want to be behind the 8 ball with an older vehicle that's out there that's still functioning. But it is starting to cost me a little more money. Matter of fact, this year I've spent a little budget money on that car, but it still operates well on the truck.
How many miles on it?
100,000. And it's 2013. And overall, it's been well taken care of, and I appreciate having it. But yeah, we're getting towards that end where it's gonna have to be flipped over one of these days. So that's really the first item I'm asking for, and if you have any questions about that, I'm willing to hear that now. But the second item, and I'll go ahead and get past that one, is Athena. And I'm glad my district attorney brought that up, and maybe we can get Com Center to think about some budget. But I went for this last year, but I didn't bring it to y'all because I wanted to pare it down for expense. What this is a module that plugs into Athena. We have a whole system there, servers, network, software, platform. It does a lot of stuff. I know that the county has added stuff to it like warrant lookups and things like that within the last couple of years. I'm looking for a report module. It's a module which is a records management system to write in reports, incidents, case reports, this and that, and it helps manage that. It makes it digital. Normally what I do now with myself, my part-time or my reserves, is we do a little extra creative typing in the remarks section of call slips, and we don't need to write out a full report, and I still use Word for that. It's actually a document. So like a couple of years ago, I had a case that I did file with the DA's office for assault on a peace officer, trespassing and this kind of stuff. My case stuff was in writing. It gets scanned into the system, the DA system, but it's not a searchable document if you need to search on it. I got a copy of my file cabinet. They have one in a bundle in their file cabinet, and that's where it sits. I'm too small because I talked to Mark 43 last year. I talked to Tyler Industries last year. I'm just too small for them to even give me a time to talk. They said, you're just too small. It's not worth our money. It's not worth our time. So the only other option I had is something we already have, we already own, we already support, that already works. It's in every car. I already have the licensing for it. It's on the laptop, on both laptops that I have. But even though I don't do 12 reports a day, when you have an incident, when you have something you may need to file or something you may need to look up later, any other county agency needs to search the system, say, hey, have you contacted this guy? What did y'all deal with? It's got to come up. Maybe there's a report on it too, instead of just a piece of paper in my file cabinet. Now, what I did do last year, they quoted me, I think last year, 36,000. I know. I pared it all down to about 16 grand is bare minimum. Bare minimum. No other little bells, whistles, none of that stuff. And that's a one-time expense. The ongoing expense is a maintenance fee that they do for support of about $2,100. They call it a software assurance plan. It's common with every other module we've ever bought and all that other stuff. So that's what I'm looking for. And in your backup, you also have a little thing that kind of tells you what all it is. It talks about how it will give you a case number, does all that stuff so we can do all our reports and all that good stuff. Am I missing it? Oh, and I have talked to him a couple of times about a year ago to make sure all this would work without costing anything else. Not impacting anything negatively or nothing.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Is the module available to all the
Yes.
constables, or you're the only one asking for it?
The only one asking for it, but it's available in here that needs a separate entity to write reports, write incident reports, criminal reports, civil. What we mainly do is civil, but a lot of times that sort of turns criminal quick, and or it's still a civil matter where you may need to write up an incident because of your interaction. What was said, what was done, what wasn't done. Other than just a piece of paper you email somebody in an attachment. That's a non-searchable document when it gets scanned in.
Is that when you say it's included for the 16, or they would each pay 16?
No. One time.
Really?
Anthony, is that your understanding?
I thought it was each agency, so each precinct. They can set up a environment for each. I wouldn't say environment because now you start sounding tiny. They can set up a section for each constable, and I'll probably have them do that when they first put it in, but it's just the module.
So the
makes it work.
the module we don't already have for the sheriff's department?
The sheriff's department uses the Mark 43. So years ago, everybody was on Tyler or Odyssey. And so went to Mark 43. They never had the Odyssey program set up for the constables at all. That was an issue. We've had back and forth conversations probably for the last 4 or 6 years about possibility of them using Athena. The benefit is we already have it. The infrastructure is already there. The network, the computers are already there. They would just use basically the system that we have. Another thing is we've changed from UCR reporting to NIBRS reporting. So that's we got to do that manually. I can't do that electronically.
Why can't we just add on the Mark 43 for them?
Well, I talked to Mark 43 last year and they said, no, it's too much money. Now, I will say this, because I did talk to the sheriff a while back on this, is their goal was to look at this solution when Mark 43 came along. But the sheriff's office got a good deal on that, and that's as far as I can go with my knowledge. But Mark 43 wouldn't even let me talk to a consultant. He says, you can't waste that money even letting you talk to a consultant. So that was kind of dead in the water. But adding us to their solution just isn't going to work. So, and then with the Odyssey piece that the sheriff's office was using, all that's been collapsed. It's gone. What you have left over is basically a word processor. I kind of did that with Gene when I worked for him. We kind of did it. It's not great. I just didn't use Word. So when they hit print. But that's what we've been doing ever since.
But I think it impacts our discussion to be clear on, does 16,118 make it available for all 4 constables?
Absolutely.
Okay, so,
Or any other agency that we have that needs a reporting tool.
okay, so
It's electronic.
But shoot us something on a piece of paper that says that
Okay,
from them.
I do that. And I need to get it from them.
It would be something, I mean, we're gonna,
We need their wording on it.
Yeah.
We're not gonna, not taking your word, but when we get to and say, yeah, we'll use it, and then they come back and say, no, we're not.
Yeah, I haven't had a sit down with them because we're 4 different agencies. We all have our needs, wants and desires.
Right.
We're not talking about the other four. We need it from this modular people.
Yeah, let them tell us that,
Yeah, they need to get.
Oh, okay.
Not from Gina,
That I can
from
do.
these people.
That can do.
Yeah.
yeah, not Gene and them, just
Yeah.
from those, folks. Whether it's, what they call it like an enterprise solution where,
I've had that conversation with them, but I don't have that in writing. I can get that.
get that if you would, please.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, sure.
And
Appreciate
if
it.
Tom Center wants to pay for it.
They don't want to pay for wheels.
Thank y'all, gentlemen, very much.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Anthony, were you gonna talk? I didn't have you signed up, but you have under budget workshop, other budget discussion items. I don't know if two of your board members would like to discuss any of that on here.
Follow me.
Okay.
Hold up, man.
Alright. So we're gonna go back. We're done budget presentations. We're going into budget workshop. We're gonna go down to other budget discussion items. Anthony?
So my first year doing our budget, a lot of increased costs. Last year, we didn't have an increase in budget at all. I thought I was going through every account line by line. Noticed that a lot of our services has increased over the last 4 years, and so we haven't really accounted and kept up with the individual account line budget for those services. So I had requested 9 different things. Most of them are going to be cost increases. There's about $50,000. That's for cost of increases for our services, as well as we have 2 items that were approved. We had a reclassification on 2 positions. And so those increases were done initially on the original funds that we had. Now we're going to ask for the funding to have those in place moving forward. Ongoing costs. Those are 18,134. That was for the, we call it training and quality improvement manager. We took a 107 position, 112 position. And then had 4 positions that were changed to PST2 positions. Telecommunicators, more of a senior communicator, and they also do training. So we're at 107 grade. We turned those into 108. So there was 13,124 for a total of 31,258,000. Purchase services, we had an increase of just a little over $6,000. Software maintenance and subscription, a little, so 2,500. And then one item was our Code Red subscription. We use Code Red as a reverse emergency notification. We had always had it funded for $10,000, but back during COVID, we changed that plan from a per minute plan to an unlimited emergency plan. When that occurred, I think it was an increase of 16,000 that year, and incrementally it's going up every year. This year it's at 20,000. However, they had about a 3-month outage, and so because of that, they took some money away. So there's about 16,000 for this year, but next year it's going to be at least 20,000. So
We use that.
do we use it?
How often do we use it?
Not very often. And so for us, we typically only use it. It's very rare that we send out an entire county-wide message. Instead, when we have incidents, we bring it solely to the location of those incidents. So we typically use it about 3 to 5 times a year.
Yeah. That's kind of what I wonder is it something that its time kind of came and maybe it went?
That's kind of what I was asking.
You know, is it,
Yeah,
Social media.
Social media does, but you know, you get a lot of fake news, you know, I'm not advocating for it at all, but I know some of the school problems, they've run Code Red, you know, instances, and you know, it's more factual. You know, I mean, you can hear anything on social media.
Oh,
Hey,
come on.
imagine that, huh? You know, so is it worth the increase? I don't know. That's something we need to discuss, I guess.
That's one of the things we were looking at doing this coming year also. Code Red's not the only one that's out there. There's several. In fact, I've been contacted by about 4 of their companies as well, offering their wares. In the very beginning, Code Red was the only one. That's
Right.
what we've been to. But now there's several others. So
You have to sign up for the, correct?
Cell phone side is what it used to be.
for your cell phones, emails, social media accounts, yes. Back when we first initially started, we did it off of landline phone numbers. We got a list of all of those and we plugged it in. And then over the years, everyone's been adding themselves to that. There's a lot more capability now. In fact, that's one of the issues that we had allowed us to go to this new platform. Now we're able to put in social media. We can actually tie the website. Any emergency system. So that if there's something that we need to put out on the website, we can do that using EMS system. Got basically 2 new emergency management coordinators. So it's like to go in with them, review all the different companies.
Because it does fall back into what, like what they've got it to form in the push notification. And I think this year it was with the cost savings that we got from it being down, it was gonna push through this year, and then Anthony was gonna go this next year and
Figure it out.
2 areas.
Yeah, look at everything and try and say what's best for us and.
Yeah, because
And same with the plan as well. Unfortunately, Code Red does not offer a permanent plan anymore. Right, so it's this new platform. So, if we're using it, like I said, we're using it 3 to 5 times, all right. Drop down to a lower plan, still with enough minutes so that we can do what we need to do. See what's best for us and what's for accountable.
I had no idea that it was down for 3 months. And I kind of go by this thing, if something goes away, nobody misses it. How important was it? So we got to have some way to kind of get a message out, but with, 8,000 college students that aren't going to sign up for it every year when they show up. So 10, 15,000.
They got their own thing.
Yeah, they got Cat Safe or whatever over there.
And these systems have another system that's tied to it called IPOS. And so we can push out an IPOS alert where basically we say this is the area for the alert. And if there's any cell phones in there registered or not, they receive that alert. Similar to Amber Alerts.
And build geofence and.
Now that works. Something like that, that's an idea. If somebody has to come sign up for it, we're going to struggle with it there. And so, yeah, if there's something that you can just put out and thing like Code Red, I didn't even answer my Code Red phone calls because it comes across as some crazy phone number that nobody's going to answer anymore. Your phone says possible spam, and then 4 days later you check the voicemail and you find out that, mass murderer was living next door. That's bad. So I'd like to see what you come up with, what kind of new stuff's out there. Yeah, that is like a 25-year-old model that they've got.
We've got it in 2004, 2005. Had it for a very long time.
All right.
So, again, supplemental increases, just about 50,000 on there. Then operations, we operate 2 radio towers in our county. They have never been under a plan. We have a plan in place for connectivity with Harris County. There was a grant that took care of updates. So as new information came out, it required updates. The grant took care of that. The grant is going away. So the grant in itself, what we've been told is about
1,600.
16,600.
Okay.
That's just for taking care of the updates. That doesn't have anything to do with if something breaks and that something has to be replaced, fixed. Last month, we had an incident out of the west tower. Had some conditions in that tower that were unpleasant, and so because of that, was some infestation that caused a piece of equipment to fail. The tower was down for about 4 days. Completely down. We worked with ourselves, Texas Communications, Brazos Valley, swap parts around. We spent a part of those 4 days working in that site. Got back up on Friday, thankfully. And other than a few $100s for materials and sweat equity, nothing else for us cost. Where if we had to have that part being replaced, it would have been about $14,000. These, we call it RF equipment. These racks are end of life. They're still being supported. However, we don't have a service contract on it. Motorola is saying, hey, the only way that you're going to get new parts or replacement parts is if you have a service contract. They're prioritizing that and payer to their service. Their members who have service agreements. Again, we do not. So I'm requesting a service agreement, which would include the updates for just under $46,000. That's per year. This would last for until 2030. The reason why only till 2030 is because in 2030, the equipment becomes service. Sometime shortly after that, because of continued updates, we would have to replace that equipment.
What does it cost to replace it now? Heck, $100,000 is the thing I'm gonna throw in the
You don't
garbage.
even want to know.
Yeah. About 2.1 million.
Yeah, that's a Troy problem.
So we put all that on that one grant
Yes,
we
Troy.
thought we were getting and. Yeah,
That's right.
so we've been already started working on it.
So, and we're still continuing, looking at grants. I sat on a committee with HGHC a couple of months ago where, a couple of other agencies had requested Siri money for it. I sat on it just to really to see the process of it so that when we do the same thing, we know what's it. The problem with it is even with grants, everybody in the Tex Warren area has the same or similar equipment. And they're all gonna be asking for the exact same thing at the exact same time. We're gonna do our best to try and find a grant, but at the same time, through board, we're also back money hoping to offset the cost of having to pay for at least one tower.
Something we partner with the city on appropriations with the new congressman.
Yeah, that would be nice. And I mean, I would almost rather see us, even if you have to do a 10-year note or something if we know end of life is 3 years away on the stuff, it makes no sense to drop $100,000 in it to me, or whatever that number was, to do that and then throw it in the garbage can, knowing you're going to spend $3 million by that time. So I would look at whether if we can only do one, then you just do one. But if you can do both of them and it's $2 million over 10 years and it's $200,000 a year for me to make a note and have all new equipment that I'm paying a maintenance fee, and I'd much rather be in that position than leaving something for poor old Troy back there to step off into.
Oh, Troy, will be all right.
CBDG, midnight buddies. Well,
Handle it, Troy.
Yeah,
y'all get a little road money, but
I think that would be a fair swap. That would be a good project.
because I know we got another round coming on CDGB or whatever. This qualifies for that too.
Precinct 2.
The
communication towers.
Precinct 2.
So you're on that
Put 'em in
board,
last time.
sir.
Thought they kicked them out.
So that was for
That was a
issuance from
disaster one.
the tieback was killed. So, but it's a community-wide response thing. You know, we can pull $1 million on our side and tell the city to do the same.
Yeah, it's worth a shot.
So,
Yeah.
but now we got 3 to 4 years to start looking at, but as these
Yeah.
things come up, we can take that grant we already worked on, we already got a foundation on it and start including it into some other ones.
Yeah.
So. Kind of like y'all did the storm shelter. Throw it in there.
Questions on towers?
I like
I'm
it.
sorry, on the RF equipment for the towers?
No.
The next ask, this one's significant, is a tower lease. So, Harris County has been leasing the Bergman Tower. And then we have been reimbursing Harris County back. Harris County has actually not wanting to, they have gotten out of the tower leasing business for anyone other than Harris County. So we've been in contact with a company now is Everest, or is taking over the tower lease, ourselves. I do not have for that yet. They are in the process of finishing up with OEM for that same tower, and then once they're done with it, then they're gonna be working on ours. The estimate that was provided to us by Harris County was $58,681.
Annually.
Again, that is an estimate.
That's East Tower.
That's East Tower. I'll be honest, I
There's a West Tower for sale.
That's a discussion I'm willing to have unrecorded. I pay for something that we're getting for free now through an agreement. So that's my look at it. And the conditions of West Tower till they're brought up to spec. So no point in us taking that responsibility over and having to incur that cost. But East Tower, that 58,600, I believe, is estimated higher than what it is. Harris County currently is basically doing a month-to-month lease with Everest. So I believe that amount is what they're quoting us, whereas ours would be lower. How much lower? I don't know. And so because of that, that's why I requested the 58.6, because that's the estimate.
So we only got one request from you for 50,000.
We got one, yeah.
Yes.
And all this is under that?
All this is under that, with including using our current budget funds.
Okay.
He requested that from us and then. also
Yeah, from the city.
And that is it for the items for this request.
Okay.
But what's the benefit of us leasing this $58,000 tower?
Well, if the lease is $58,000 a year, you might maintenance is on the thing.
I don't know what the maintenance is. I don't know what the maintenance is on the thing. I got no idea.
Is there only one leaser in there?
Probably don't want to know.
Please go.
So we're the only leaser on it. Y'all be cheaper, like a rent house.
West Tower, there's no cost that's being incurred for West Tower. On East Tower, there's about, I think, 8 different vendors that are on East Tower.
Yeah, you get that,
Where's that located at?
right behind Raybo's,
Yeah.
the old Gary House's old place.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people. But that was kind of the deal for the generator. The generator is part of that, but it won't keep everything cool, so. And we can't do none of that until we get a contractor, so they've been dragging their feet.
And we're the only ones supplying the generator to.
As far as that, were to replace the generator, but that did provide the entire building and all the tenants, and that should be offset in our lease.
Yeah, absolutely. But we can't do anything with it until we get the contract.
We still have a generator out there.
Yeah.
Small generator.
All right. Awesome.
Thanks, Anthony.
Finally quit. Yep.
Cause he had enough of getting a sandwich. All right, guess we'll go to you, Miss Allen. You ready for all this?
I am. If y'all want a lunch break and come back, or what is the court want?
If we're gonna be here 2 or 3 hours, I wouldn't mind taking a lunch break and then coming back.
About 45 minutes.
Think so?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not hungry, so I don't. I'm hungry in 45 minutes, then we'll have a lunch break, but
Keep going.
Let's
Yeah.
go.
Okay.
if I hear Bill's stomach growling, I'll
Oh,
let
it could
y'all
happen.
know.
It could definitely happen.
What we try to do first is get an update from Amy on the salary study. The quick take on it is it was promised in June. We don't have one yet. So, and then I'll let Amy take it from there.
Right before I left, I did get an email with the updated ranges. I didn't get to look at them. My phone is too little, so I'll review those when I get back.
And we talked about kicking that over to a committee and let them come up with the whole big plan and then present it.
Like what? What, I mean, what are we talking about?
Well, a lot of those numbers that we've got aren't right, and they don't have any backup to prove why they're wrong. So that's what Amy's reworking with those guys on.
If they're wrong, why are we paying them?
That's what she's talking about getting.
The justification.
Yeah, the
We need
justification, like
justification
they
on the stuff.
combine the detectives and the deputy 30s together in the same group. So that can't happen. So they need to be broken back out. Some moved up, some moved down. I want to know justifications on all of that. I don't think all that's in my email I got this morning, but I haven't been able to study it yet.
Okay. Just for time, we talked about taking it from here, have a small group, talk about it, work all the kinks out, iron it out, and then bring it back to court. So we're not 2 weeks from reissuing it again.
Yeah, I think, Judge, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the committee would basically work with through Amy, with Amy communicating with the bailiff, basically trying to get our pay scale, lined up and come to some sort of agreement. Is the questions that this group have they been answered? And then maybe work through some different scenarios of different implementation costs. And then bringing it back to the court telling us basically what process or what methodology do they want to use in the study. So I'm thinking committee will work in trying to get a good pay plan to the court. Get court input on how they want us to do the calculations and the dollars we bring back for each cost. Because we really don't have any guidance yet on whether the court is wanting to try to implement the whole study or they wanting a variation of that, cost of living raises, what do you want to do about the information that was talked about for the insurance increase, because the money's not there to do all of it money's not there to do all of it, even with a 1 to 2% increase on the tax rate. So a court's going to have to make a decision on what they're comfortable with implementing. But bottom line, the committee will work in trying to get a good pay plan back from the consultant. Judge, if you want to add or subtract from that.
No, it's easier working in a small group. We can pull in, we know EMS has a problem. We can pull in their data and compare it and say, hey, why are these off? And look at that kind of stuff. Sheriff, come to the small group, present stuff. Differences. Hey, this one, 113 should be 115 will give us a justification. So instead of just wearing it out in here.
Yeah.
Who's on the committee?
Yeah, skipping around a little bit on the discuss and review financial policies. I didn't get there. I'll get those to y'all shortly. The departmental supplemental request, I think, have we heard from all the departments that have signed up?
Yes, I think there's a couple on for next week.
And then today you received your budget workbook, and you received a short, little handout that's got 8 or 10 pages in it. I thought I would walk through that. This is the judge's, proposed budget that makes sense as per statute.
I took the easy ones.
Statute, and I have, have your summary pages for general fund, where we are on the money. Basically, on that general fund page. So if we start with just the handout and we go to the very first page, make us label page 3 in the handout. General fund summary, this shows then the last column on the left. It shows our estimated money that we will have to start the year with, our projected revenues for next year. And you'll see that in new tax growth for general fund, we're expecting about $500,000 there. 200 would go to road and bridge, as it always does. And then when we look at the EMS fund, our revenues are catching up with that. So we're looking at a total of 733,000, which is a very low number than what we usually have. We haven't gotten information from the appraisal district. I'm hoping that number will increase, but as of right now,
I don't see EMS on here. Where you look? Where you at?
I'm on general fund.
The
Page
first
3 of the handout.
Brandon, first
And
page.
yeah,
Right here.
okay. And as you look down our revenues, you'll see that we're expecting some increases in our property tax delinquents. Where we're seeing a large increase is in our sales tax. This year, the last payment we got for this month was substantially.
That was the
60.
Christmas village thing.
Yeah, so next year, I'm projecting about
Is that
5.9 million as compared to what we budgeted this year, 5.35. So that's a substantial revenue increase. And you can go on down the line and you can compare what we collected last year to what we budgeted this year, what we estimate to receive, and then what we're proposing to be our budget for next year. Then you go down to the second half of the page, you've got the same information. What did we actually spend in 23-24? What did we spend in 24-25? What did we budget? What did we estimate? And then the budget numbers that are here include the increase in the health insurance and the judge's recommended things to include, which we're going to go over and talk about in depth. But if you keep on going through each of these and you go to page 6, what these little charts at the bottom show us is that based on the proposed budget that you're presenting, we would have about $768,000 in general fund to work with, adding additional supplemental requests or funding some of the pay increases for the employees. So basically anything that's added over the 768, you would be funding out of fund balance or through the tax rate.
But the salary study stuff is not in here.
It's not.
It is not. The only thing that's in here related to salaries and benefits is covering the cost of the insurance.
And that's figured in with this number, right?
That's before
This number.
before that number. Yeah, not the pay increase to the employees to cover the dependent, but just the cost of the insurance to the employee is in here. All right, then if we look at page 7, this is our EMS fund. Same format as the prior year, but as you look across your revenue lines, your ambulance fees, you'll notice that our ambulance fees or our collections from ambulance fees is increasing. This has a lot to do with the timing from the timing of when the invoice is sent to the recipient of the services to it's actually paid. That is coming in much faster than it has been in the past. So we collect the money sooner, so that is helping this budget a lot as to what funds are available in what fiscal year. But if you look under the proposed 26-27 column, we're estimating we'll have $5,385,000 in our fund balance. We're projecting, basically on the low side, we would, collect $3,400,000 next year. The other, few revenues we've got, bottom of the page, keeping the same amount of contingency as we have this year. The salary and benefits includes the budget at the current salary plus the health insurance. And then your EMS operations showing, and that we have a significant fund balance in this fund. The reason the fund balance of this is high in this fund right now is because of the catch up of the collections of all the EMS billings in the past that the collection process they're using, not the collections, but the actually receiving of the payments are the money's coming in faster. Plus we caught up with a lot of those monies that had been behind in past years. So it's the money flow. And also the court has been building up that fund balance so that the ambulances and the equipment we'll need in the future years will have that money available for that. So what this is telling us is that basically the increase is there is sufficient funds in the EMS fund to fund the salary plan that the court comes up with. And there's, when you go through the request, what you think needs to be added in addition to what the judge has recommended. If you look on page 8, you'll see the list of supplemental requests by EMS. Those that are highlighted in green are built into the numbers on the first page. And then everything else would be an add-on to that budget that's on the previous page. So, I mean, if you want to do this now or wait, we can come back to that. Then there should be, and I don't see it, where is the slide? Oh, Road and Bridge, the overview for Road and Bridge is on page 16. This is the allocation worksheet based on current year miles. Have not got an update from Andrew, so it may change how this money's distributed. But as of today, the percentage of roads in each precinct is shown. We're at the 1985, the 2692. And if the same budget that we had last year allocated on the number $100,000 transfer to general as part of the judge's recommended budget. So when you look down, we've got two revenue sources that we've identified. The 200,000 from the tax, the new tax value is added, and then revenues added this 126. That's the payment that was reinstated for the not U.S. Forest Service, but the one that they quit paying us and now they should.
Right, the payment in lieu of. Yeah,
The
in lieu of.
bus thing and timber.
So that will generate, so
When
there's
you're
about,
on, when we fought.
Yeah, the safety routes.
so that's about 326,000.
What?
The school buses.
School bus, isn't it? Safe route to school.
SRS.
Yeah, that's right. Safe route to schools, yeah.
Yeah, Safe Route to Schools.
Yeah.
Yes, couldn't think of the name of it. So we've got about 326,000 there that could be allocated toward any of your case study that you chose to implement, or what you
Okay.
don't use in there would be moved to the operations budget. So most of the things we've looked at would come out of this 326. And the very last page is the central dispatch, which we've already talked about. The proposed budget for the county increase next year is $50,000.
You said something a while ago out of the 326 would be pay raises. Is that what you said?
That would be used for the pay raises and increases to operations, however you allocate it. So if you want to go to, page 9 is our full list of requests that were made by the departments. The things that are not, tried to make it easy to tell what included in the budget or not. So if there was a strike through the numbers, that means that was not, it means that it's not in your summary numbers, and if you add it back, that will take off of that 768. Or if it's in a one-time column, which you do have room to add some one-time if you chose to, that would reduce the fund balance. Okay, so the very first one that's listed there is the implementation of pay plan. You'll see there's no numbers there. Maintaining the current benefits, you'll see for general fund, 402 is included in your summary budget. Election cost one time, the $40,000 because cover the cost of elections. That's not in the one time now, but for the last several years, we've been budgeting 40,000. Increasing the contingencies by 100,000 each, mainly because the focus on what the judge included in this were on the non-controllable costs. So if it was a cost such as a utility or a cost as continuing a current use software program, those are generally what was included in the budget. So if you go down and you look, the 41,779, that's the amount appraisal district went up. It is included in there.
The only backup that I saw in this was the collection was the appraisals. Is the 41,779?
It's on page 485. That should have been.
It
Yes,
was
that's it.
pulled.
It's on the back.
It's on the back. Okay, so I'm sorry, I didn't see
Yes.
that. I was making sure for appraisal.
Yeah, it's numbered 484 and 485 or 485 and 486, so you can put it in your supplemental request book. But we just got that recently. We didn't have it when we did them.
Back up to the contingency, the 100,000 you put in each one. Is that going to take into consideration the fuel and all that?
Yes.
All right. But
We added that in there.
And if court wants to increase that more, they can after they go through this, but right now it's 200,000 increase. So, all right, so we've talked about appraisal, we've talked about that. The Meals on Wheels program for 15,000, it's already in our base budget now. The Safe House is currently in our budget now, but it was budgeted as one time. So to continue that, we need the 10,000 out of one time. The Tri-County is budgeted in the base budget at the 28,370 or 28,730. They asked for 75,000. That is not in the budget coming out of general fund, but in the projects fund, we do have roughly $60,000 of that opioid money that could be spent by Tri-County, but as far as going from out of general fund to the 28 to 75, that would be up to court. The funding for the books and the backpacks program, it is in the budget that was presented, $10,000, same amount we've got funded this year. County judge's budget, the travel and increase subscriptions, the EDC in the one-time budget, not funded out of the tax rate, but in the one-time budget, it is there. So you can
As far as the EDC, that's who was in here earlier, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if I can go along with it this year personally, but that's just me, you know, we got them started, but do we need to keep doing it every year? You know,
If you want to build some tax base, we
yeah,
do.
so, kind of don't know on that one. I don't know how the rest of the court feels, but
it's in there as a one-time and it would be an invoice and it could be brought before the court before it's actually paid. That's what the court would like.
Yeah.
Or it can just be in there and they send, well, it'd actually be, do we have a contract with them?
Figure we just have an agreement.
Yeah, so it's however the court wants to handle it.
Okay.
On most of these that we have agreements with, they just send us a bill. If it's in accordance with the agreement, the court has approved, it gets paid.
okay.
In the IT operations, replacing computers, they probably have the funds to do that now or next year, whichever. Going to the next page, IT, most of the things asked by the IT department are included in the base budget. They generally relate to subscriptions and services used by multiple departments in the county. We have the Tyler Court summons budgeted in IT, recommending to move that from that budget to central courts to where the people that actually spend it and review the invoices are the ones that keep up with their budget. County facilities, what's in the recommended budget at this point is increase in purchase services, increase in maintenance subscriptions, replacing the water filter at the storm shelter.
I thought we give them a go ahead at that. Or is that just the first one at budget?
That was just his budget workshop talk.
Okay.
There's nothing that would prohibit the court from authorizing that now, but it hasn't been done yet.
And that's kind of, I was getting ready to kind of do the same thing, you know, for the last several years, when we see a bunch of these, I'm calling them nuisance purchases, can we set a threshold and say, hey, if it's below X, doesn't blow through here and say, yeah, go buy that, go buy that, go buy that, go buy that, and wipe out about half.
We usually do it when I present, I'll go through one time and say yes or no, and then we say, okay, go do these.
Yeah, so as long as that's,
Yeah.
conversation's coming.
All right, so facilities, we just went through that one. In our centralized cost,
Mr. Christian, back up to the fire alarm bill. We got it struck.
So I got it struck because y'all are gonna get some wording clarifications on from the city, so they gotta figure out before I just included it.
Yeah, okay.
It's still up for discussion from all of us, so.
Well, that's what my point for bringing
Yeah.
it back up. Y'all hadn't got anywhere yet.
Bill, you got anything?
No, I've
They're
got
gonna
nothing.
send us something.
Okay.
I've got nothing. The only thing I got, I think I had an old email saying, hey, we're the county, you're not, leave us alone from last time. But that's all I know.
I didn't have that. I'm assuming that's what this was laying here on the
That I don't know.
what is that? Turn it around.
API National Service Group.
That was from when he
That
presented.
was-
Yeah, that's when they want to
That's
sell
when
it
he
to us there.
presented in the workshop.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right. Who's laying here?
Us probably from last week.
Yeah.
And centralized cost, our insurance policies, of course, keep going up and up. So 75,000, for insurance. The retiree insurance in the past, or last year, we budgeted that as part of centralized cost. Saying take it out of there and move it down to our group of transfers to that new insurance fund. So no increase or decrease, it's just a movement of categories where we're classifying it. Employee appreciation, this is one that was added, $2,500 for the annual employee appreciation function.
I like that one.
Under our central courts, the jury summons, that's an increase in our contract amount, but that 13 would be coming down here. So we would spend a total of about 13,650 as our best estimate. So you can see that. County Court at Law, this is the court reporter and the County Court at Law basically being at the same salary that's in the order of the district courts. In the district courts, each have $100,000 for court appointed attorney fees. Those fees are cost are really escalating. 278 asked for 200. This budget would include 100 in each fund, and then not if, but when they go over, it would be some of what's covered with that increase in contingents. So the court reporters, going back up to the 12th, the court reporter salary increase, professional service, and their software, the same items in the 278. The court's pre-trial, you'll see the big blue box.
Question.
This is transfer that Kristen was talking about.
On the 12th, the salary increase, the court reporter salary increase. We struck it.
No,
Okay.
It's the court order that was presented to you.
Yeah, it's that dictatorship I talked about earlier.
Yeah.
So,
Well, it struck through on the left side, which is the original.
And they changed it to
But it's over there.
1750. 1750.
Oh, no, the one that struck through, that was for another employee. The one that's showing in the approved column is the court reporter.
Gotcha.
I didn't include any salary increase from anybody until we figure out the salary study.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah,
I saw it struck here and I didn't
Yeah.
see it struck off up here.
Yeah, if you'll see the second, well, the reason it's struck through here is that the amount changed. It's a recalculation. Okay, top of page 11, the blue. This is the movement of the money that was budgeted as a department in the general fund. And it would be budgeted on our contracts and services line as a grant / contract. And then we would transfer that money over to the new fund in CSC.
If they're going on, that go away from us, or do we refund? Are we gonna pay them for that?
Still got to pay.
It's part of the total budget that's transferring over. It's just instead of paying on the county's insurance policy, it'll be paid to the state,
State.
but the cost doesn't go away.
So is the 83,184 include the?
Yeah, and that was
increase in
our
insurance
original
and-
budget. I think the budget amount that actually we're transferring is like $8,056 because the insurances and the benefits went up. So it's more than this amount, but it's the same amount we would have budgeted had it's not been transferred. So there's no cost due to the transfer.
No, question. Just because I'm thinking out loud and she's still sitting here. If next year you want to give this employee a 50% raise, are you going to be a dictator? Like, do you have that ability to say, hey, this is what you're going to pay this person? How's that work?
The only
She would go through. Let's say that were bond people to perform. I'd ask for that, but it kind of depends on the revenues that were collected. If the state's insurance went up, then she may have to ask for an increase from that. But hopefully, based on our presentation today, we will have collected money that will be there to allocate for some of the things that she may need. But she would be requesting the budget.
Good job, Brandon. I like the words.
Okay,
Dictatorship.
Criminal District, what's included in the budget you receive is 25,000 one time or that coordinator. I think the number we were given today is less, so we can adjust that down. Then money for the LexisNexis and the money for the Justice Premier. The money,
What?
On the left, it says 27,000, but on the right, it says 2,700.
where are you looking?
The Justice Premier software.
106.
That's total. That's how much it went up.
723.
Not 27,700.
Oh, you looking in, what are you looking in your book?
No, right here it says 27,726, but here it
Oh,
says
that was
1,723.
on the supplemental form, you couldn't read the number but the correct number is 2723.
Gotcha.
The 360 and then the 16,409 for the technology. Going down to Justice of Peace Precinct 3, the money for the utilities. Going to the Sheriff's Department, the money for the vehicle and money for the software. All right, page 12. Emergency operations, the increase in power grant, the laptop computers, additional training, and the travel and lodging. I think there were some new state requirements for the training there. County jail, 25,000 for the jail food contract. Veteran service, maintenance subscription increase. Planning and development, the 4,000 for the computers. Litter control, 1,500 for vehicle repair. There's basically nothing in that budget for that. The ag extension, the computer upgrades, some equipment that they need, copiers, and then the retiree fund, insurance fund, 100,000 that was moved from central cost.
Okay, I'm just, the original 100,000, we're going into retiree insurance. What's the difference? Why did we move it and why is it over here?
Because it's literally in a separate fund drawing its own interest.
So the ones that were grandfathered in, all of us old hands were in this one and the new ones when we changed it are in this one.
That's the way y'all wrote it. Yes.
That's what I thought. Just-
Yeah, but by doing it this way, the second insurance fund is drawing interest just like the
On its
first one
own.
does.
It's drawing its own interest.
Yeah, so that it can draw its own interest. Otherwise, if it stayed in the central general fund would get the. This way, the insurance fund will get the.
The current retired employees that we have, I know we're not adding to that one fund, and this is to the new one, but like the ones that are retired right now, don't we fund their retirement out of their insurance out of the general fund now?
Yes, it is.
There's nothing pulling on that account.
That is correct.
So, and I'm not trying to say we need to get rid of everything. If we're already paying for it, why don't we have it budgeted too? Give me, or explain that to me.
We're paying for them out of general fund. We're budgeting.
Well, we've got $3 million in a fund sitting there for
all the people that's gonna retire, it's a cushion, basically.
It basically was set up as insurance goes up and up over the years. There's really two options that people fund their retiree insurance. One, they set up a trust fund. Commissioner's Court at the time was not ready to set up a trust fund, but they wanted to have funds there because commissioners come and go.
Yeah.
And they wanted to have the funds available to continue the program. And to cover the increased cost of insurance. There is nothing that legally prohibits you from funding some of the, from funding retirees, current retirees out of that fund. But initially, that was not the reason the fund was set up.
Other than the fund is not built into the tax rate.
Right.
This money is just
You deplete it,
one-time
it
money.
goes away.
Yeah, this money is just one-time money.
Yeah.
Where your increases to your retirees is built into the tax rate.
Yeah.
It is an option. All right, page 13, Road and Bridge Fund. Maintaining current benefits is included in your numbers. The 600,000 one time, the additional employee Road and Bridge 5 would be funded within the precinct budget, should they choose to. Okay. EMS fund built into the budget as presented was the maintaining the current insurance, the 51,022. The ESO increase, the $25,000 EMS MC increase, the 28,000 insurance, the 12,500 maintenance equipment, 500 dues and subscriptions, and 34,000 for the equipment maintenance. And all of that is ongoing. The other would be added into the budget at the option of Commissioner Poole. So that's the real fast through what's currently included in the budget.
Okay. Yeah.
So
That's I'm assuming is a balanced budget, no increase, no tax rate increase.
Got a couple hundred.
yeah, it is,
Yeah, we still got a couple 100,000.
yes, it is at the budget that is presented is at no tax increase presented this. And what you have left is the 768,000 in general fund for additional items or salaries. Anything above that, you would need to fund either by reducing fund balance or increasing the tax rate. In Road and Bridge, you've got 326,000 at the same tax rate that you could use for salary or increases in operations. Anything above that, you would get out of general fund balance.
While you're there, Ms. Patricia,
Uh-huh.
that money, is it ongoing money?
Which one?
The 326,
Yes, it is.
and it come from the
The growth, the new New growth 200, and then the 126 is the reinstatement of one of those fees y'all did not get in the past. We missed for the last several years. When that quit being paid, then Road and Bridge kept the same budget, but it was more of the tax rate went into the fund. So
Okay, we talked about secure rural schools a while ago, is where that 120 whatever come from. So is it secure rural schools? And you just said it was a fee.
I said fee, but it's money we received from the state that was discontinued for a couple of years.
Yeah.
Then in the current year,
So SRS is federal.
well, it may be federal. I'm not sure which, but.
Okay.
But
I'm not questioning, I'm just
No,
curious.
it's the same money and I can't remember its name.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but it was a payment in lieu of tax, the forestry.
That falls under that SRS. I didn't, you're talking about road and bridge, where's the revenue Seems like the weight station's actually picked up a little bit.
Way station has picked up, and it certainly will affect, will increase your, be included in your rollover. Any revenues you collect this year over what was budgeted will be part of what rolls over into your this year's. That will be spent during this year. Yeah, it's really significantly.
Yeah, it's like 50,000, 60,000, I think ahead. Now, the sales tax being up, we're gonna be like 500,000 or more above what we projected for that. So assuming everybody stays within their budget and we're coming up with another $500,000 in revenue sales tax, would we consider that a one-time expenditure that we could consider with some of these one-time numbers? Does it just, hey, for
You're
this?
talking about, I have increased it by a 500,000 in your proposal.
Well,
But for now, yes, you can use it as one-time money.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No,
Oh, yeah, you have plenty of one-time money and it is based on my projection of what we'll get this year, which is 6,118,000. That is already moved over, but you have significant money in your, in fact, if you'll go
We
for
didn't do a lot of the one-time stuff, cause we're gonna come right back through it and
Yeah.
we're gonna vote line item by line item anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So,
fine. That's what.
You know, some of the departments I was
Where's our
over on
rollover
one-time money,
money?
so I was like,
Yeah, I'm
Now,
good with it.
based on this budget that's presented on page 5, the fund balance is 39.5%. So if there are items you want to fund out of one time, it would be added to the budget at the top and it would reduce the amount of fund balance.
Yeah, that number there.
like this stuff, house and stuff, that's one-time money.
Right, right.
Well, what I keep hearing consistently is everything has gone up, so the employees are facing the same thing.
Yep.
Everything they buy at the store, everything they deal with is up, you know, so.
I buy the groceries in my house. I
You
know.
know,
And right now, there's at least $700,000 put on salary.
Yeah.
And then we figure out what else to do or start taking away.
you know, I mean, I'm still looking at salaries first before I really want to get too involved. in that.
Now,
Yeah.
where's that book? How much is it in
That
percent? It seemed like we had a figure somewhere on the salary.
It's right now based on what I've
2.4
been,
million
it's usually 800,000.
salary.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
What now?
2.4 million to do the salary study as it is now.
As it is. My question was, what was the,
You wanna know the percentage of the tax, the state.
It's
on the-
about 800,000, but based on my preliminary number, 800,000 is normally the number we've been able to use in the past. Based on my latest report, that number, it looks like it's probably gonna be about 700 to 7. But if you want to use
to what? What number? Because I
Yes,
asked a different
what-
question.
right, the question I'm answering is what does 1 cent on the tax rate generate?
Okay. I wanted to know that too. You're saying it's 750?
Let's say 750 is probably pretty safe.
Question I asked, what I thought I asked was, what is 1% on the cost of living? And I think I found it.
Somewhere.
So 285, 518,
The very
is
first.
that right?
Yeah, it's in the front somewhere.
285, 514.
Which one are you on?
I didn't think I
First
had this.
page.
book with
Page
me, but
one.
I got it. Yep, I got it.
Okay.
It's first page in our book, Ally.
Oh, okay.
First page in the first book we had, not the book we
In
got.
the supplemental request.
Okay.
Okay. Something to chew on.
Plus you gotta give the two judges there
4 million.
1% on top of their 3%. I'm not off the judges yet.
What?
You gotta give the judges that 1% on top of their 3% already.
They know it's still.
Not the judges.
But Tricia said it was a combination of both. Thank you for
Comes with 3%.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we're gonna circle back to the little checklist today, or is that for next week?
Whatever you
or-
want to do.
Well, I can tell you if you want me to give, we've only got next meeting, so if, I mean, I can, if y'all want to recess and do tomorrow and get any types of numbers together you want me to get. But if there are things that are not included that you know you want included, in either one time or ongoing, it would be helpful if y'all went through that list today. Or tomorrow, if you'd rather come back.
I'm fine either way.
I think. Amy, will you have time to have us something? If you said you had an email, but you hadn't had time to look at it. Is that the revised one or I mean, I know we're gonna put, judges putting together some people to look at it.
So
Well,
I know what I opened was the salary groups and ranges. It hasn't, so that won't have changed the number that he originally gave us. 1.2 something, that was, I think, to move everybody to market.
I do have a draft report based off of the original pay scale he gave us that would show, and it's draft though, it definitely needs to be a work paper. But I could give to the commissioners that shows what the first one showed, and it is by position. That is available. But it's really not ready for the public.
sure. You keep that because I don't want somebody to send me a.
Right.
Yeah.
So, so that shows you my discomfort with it because we don't have that report from the,
Yeah.
And I don't think I have the clarification that I need to give you something this afternoon. He might be able to get me something today, and I could get it to you tomorrow. But that's where you wanted to go to the committee, correct, Judge?
Yep.
yeah. If, and I know that y'all weren't real keen, but if you want to meet next week, hopefully we could have something a little bit better to talk about, but Amy's been trying to get it.
And we really need those numbers to get going.
Yeah.
That's the most important numbers we can have.
She's got a number, but it's
But-
not accurate.
Yeah, but we need an accurate
Yeah.
number. I mean, so
Let's be honest. I mean, it's 2.4. What we're gonna shave off of it? $500,000.
You can say you can do it over 2 years and do half.
I mean, we got what's the number? $700,000 here, whatever this page is.
Yep.
I think
768.
there's just so many ways you could deal with it. You could implement it this year, if that's the desire of court, and fund half of it this year through an increase in the tax rate, fund the balance of it out of fund balance with the intention of funding the second half next year.
But what's the reality? We're gonna move.
Yep.
I don't like
Don't you
that.
remember
Kick it
that?
down.
I don't like
I remember that first year I was on here, I didn't like it. But my question is, in reality, if we're moving the market, right? Midpoint market, we're moving market. How many of the employees are not gonna be moved to? They get a little raise, but they're not gonna be moved to market.
Some of them are not little races. Some of them,
Things that need to be tweaked.
yeah.
We got people moving 6, 7 spots.
So
With no,
can-
with no reasonings.
You on that committee, can y'all have something back for next Monday if we have court Monday?
Brandon, to answer your question, like if you budget everybody to market, not every department is going to move their people to market. But a lot of them will because they did last time. So you have to budget for that big number with the intention that everybody could.
That's how you get your one-time money the next year.
Cause there were probably 7 departments that didn't. Everybody else took everybody to market.
I don't have everybody at market, but they're getting up there.
Yeah, same for me.
We're walking them up a
I
little
mean,
bit.
so prime example, not to pick on EMS. Market's what, 5 years, 6 years?
Yeah.
And y'all are average at
Two.
two?
Two.
But we can't
But
hire
when-
people.
But when you get the experienced people, you know, you
Right.
move them up.
All right,
you know.
but if we
So-
can't hire them, do we have to hire somebody at market to get a 2-year-old employee? So there's different cases where Carrie might can hire somebody with 3 years experience at below market and they do just fine,
2 out of
But-
11.
but they're not poking that person with needles and putting blood in them. They are.
Yeah.
I'll get that.
So same with a cop and sheriff's department. It's
It's a different ballpark.
Yeah. So,
Cause this first,
I guess-
position when we got for the EMS, they went down a notch.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's what we need adjustments.
Clarification on
Yeah.
why.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we want to take
Yeah.
their salary study they did and be like, let's compare this. So,
Yeah, whoever that 116 is, it went down $7,800.
Yeah.
You know that.
that's what we don't want to get out.
Yeah.
That was AI doing all that.
So
AI worked for y'all.
So did you put your committee together?
I did.
Okay.
Get on it.
So what do we need to do?
So-
We need court
Yeah.
Monday or?
Me, Kirkendall, Amy, Miss Allen, and Stephen Cole.
Yeah.
This is a very lean committee. I had one employee ask us, so he's on it. Don't try to get something back faster than a person with 20 on a committee.
So Judge Christian, Commissioner Kirkendall, Amy, Ms. Allen, and Stephen Cole. Okay. Got it.
And then we'll pull in some departments if we have questions on like the EMS stuff. So y'all get your stuff ready. But all the data.
I'm only there to crunch numbers,
Right.
not a voting.
Alrighty. She's there to guide us. Help us guide numbers. Yeah.
Y'all
I'm
need.
gonna be silent, okay?
Well, she can run numbers for us
You
as we
can't be
go.
silent. Yeah, that's right. You're gonna be silent. I know that.
I'll remind you if you start talking.
Yeah.
Not at all.
So where do we need to go, Patricia? You're guiding us.
Next Monday.
I would like y'all to go through and see if there's any one time that it's important to y'all to add. Keeping in mind, we could, if you're not ready to do that, we can set up a contingency so that things would be added during the year. My preference would be that you decide as part of the process. But if you're not ready to do that and it's important for you to get the committee to meet and have the committee to come back, we can absolutely do that too.
Well, the committee's not gonna deal with one-time stuff anyway,
Mhm.
right?
No,
Let's go through this list real fast.
Let's just go through it.
Okay.
and if there's any ongoing, that you platform in there too, I mean.
Yeah, ongoing, I'm gonna be balking on it until we actually know what we're doing with the employees.
Okay, so, we're looking basically at the ones that
Page one.
are marked with a strike.
This one?
In the book.
They're right there, page 1.
We're going over the handout you handed out when I go, right?
Yeah, I meant the,
That one. there.
yeah, the handout.
You're on.
So none on the first page, so going to,
All right, well, time out a second. So none on the first page. What page is your first page? Page 9?
Page 1.
Yeah.
If you got your book, it's page 1.
This, I'm working off the handout sheet.
Yeah, I'm on the handout there.
It's
Page 9.
Page 9 there. So, all right, so clarify for me real quick on number 19, Guild Wheels, 15,000 is base budget now.
it's already in there.
It's already in. Safe House, West, talking about
They requested
15, giving them
We
10.
have them 10.
It's in the base budget.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we did,
No,
I didn't
no,
increase
no,
anybody.
It's
It's
in
in one
the
time.
budget, but it's in one time in the current budget.
So that one, I would like to carry it forward as a one time. It needs to be moved over to ongoing just to simplify it going forward, because I think it's just a box that they check.
I think
I
next
did
year when I'm gone.
So y'all.
That'd be next year when I'm gone. That's a Troy decision.
I had it as one time. It's one of those.
I got you. All right. So as long as it's in there as a one time, that's
It's in there as
10,000
one
in
time.
base budget now, one time, and 10,000 as a one time. So we're giving them 20,000 total.
No, it's 10.
All right.
10.
all right. As long as it's in, that's cool. All right. Then Tri-County, we're looking at the opioid thingy and stuff like that. So
Right.
you're dealing with that one.
Yeah.
But,
there's
but,
only-
but that's only one time.
One time money.
Yeah.
It ain't like we got 200 grand sitting there to
Right.
spend the next 5 years.
Next year, you're gonna be back down to your 28,000 again.
Yeah.
So maybe we don't do all of that.
28's in our tax base.
Yeah, we.
But that's all we do.
That's all we got. We need to figure out how much opioid money y'all want to give them this year.
Let's see, I got 3.5 years left. So
You ain't getting one shot.
got to have 1/3, 1/3, 1/3.
Well, I don't see why you can't say that here, when as it comes in, y'all
You're
will
not quitting early.
good, but
We could,
it's gonna
but
function.
It's not guaranteed
Why
money.
not?
Well, I understand that, but he needs to know.
Well, so what? But this is what he did say. He said that Liberty County, he asked them to set aside money for grant matching. So we can always say, "Hey, here's your 28. We have X amount of dollars in opioid fund for your grant matching problem. Go
That's a
go
good
chase
narrative.
money."
I'm good with that. That's a good narrative right there. Yep. I like
I'm
that.
good with that.
Okay.
Yeah, just an FYI, there is certain criteria it would have if
Okay.
it's coming from opioids.
Okay.
If he's going out for grants, is what you're saying.
Right.
One time cost on the, I'm assuming that's a computer for the IT people.
Where
You
you at?
done jump way ahead.
Yeah. With the veterans contract budgeted 20,000. So that's,
It's funded.
it's already in there.
Yep.
Okay.
They didn't ask for increase, but they just
Yeah.
asked for a
We're
budget.
still on 9. It's okay.
Oh, I missed one.
Yeah. He just kind of, that 20 should be moved over. We move that 20,000 over.
What? No, because they didn't ask for increase.
Oh, they didn't
It's
ask
already
for-
in there.
So it's in the.
So it's not. It's already there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm cool with that.
These people they just turn in a budget request, not knowing it's already in there.
Okay. That's cool. All right. Then I'm good
So this
there.
one's not there.
Good. Oh,
What is the funding for books and backpacks?
That's at a time to read.
time to read program for second graders. That's a
We have 2,500, Miss Allen, left over from Seth funds. We want to reallocate that to that, and then we've been paying with carryover money from unclaimed property on some of that too. So we do have some revenue coming in to help fund. It can go to EDCs or education, and that's what we did last year to fund some.
Yeah.
And we carried the rest out of one time.
Okay, that sounds good to me.
all right. So looking at item number 30.
I don't what,
30.
Number 30 on page 1 or 9, what you're going to do, $7,500. I don't see why we can't just tell them to do that now.
Yeah.
I think
Did he
we,
have the funds, Mr. Patricia?
He does.
yeah, we just tell them to do that now.
We can scratch that one.
Yeah.
Scratch that thing. No, I had one. Trouble with my proper bunch. I don't want Bill to get over on me over there.
Come on, brother.
You know how it is, Bill.
Yeah. Okay. Increasing funds.
So I think last year we put money into item 58. I know we're not going line by line, so,
Mhm.
but 40,000,
That's why I scratched it, because we talked in court about, you already got some money set aside.
Mhm.
This year we're doing employees and,
okay, they had it in one-time funding. I'm asking.
no, it's crossed out.
Yeah, we just told them.
One option on this is that, when the decision is made, it could be funded out of the project's, facilities
In
budget.
the future.
Yeah.
But that way
It
it's not
pulls up,
funded
yeah.
in general fund for next year, but you do
Okay.
have sufficient funds to do it.
Yeah. Okay. The, water filter housing and sock for chill water at storm shelter. That's 8417.
I'm good with that now.
Yep, me too. That's what I'm
Y'all good?
calling out the now.
You're gonna pull it out of his
One,
budget?
one-time money.
One-time money.
Oh, yeah.
We'll
that's
pull it
fine.
out of, we
I
pull it out
just
of,
won't pull out of his budget and
Yeah.
break him.
no, we can pull out,
No.
we can pull that out of project contingencies. But generally what we do is we give them the approval to do it. They try to do it out of their budget. And if they don't quite make it, we'll move money over and balance it.
Yeah.
All right. So,
Well, I'd say you pull all that out of project.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure. I
Well,
mean,
for Larry, for sure.
we still got months and months to go.
Now, which number?
The 8417.
Number 62.
Okay.
County facilities.
You got the building maintenance from the Hearts. Have we heard anything from their side?
No, but I'll follow up with email today and I'll put you in
Brandon?
there. Well, I'll have Ally send it and put y'all two on it so y'all can follow up.
Okay.
And I'll get out of it.
Sorry. Not a lot of
There's
little,
not a lot of little one-time money.
nope. Most of it's those, it'd be nice to be in the computer software business, right? We can like, well, I gotta go up 8,000. I don't want to,
Yeah.
but I really want that new.
Everybody chokes it down.
I think the
Yeah.
only business better than that being the
Yeah.
water supply.
Yeah. You know, I've been in the water supply business. That's,
EA's computers.
where did I miss?
112.
Flat doesn't have the money this year.
Okay.
You could take it out of contingency this year.
112.
112. Yeah, I'm good with those. I think we take that out of contingency and pay.
112,
Wheels.
computers for VA office.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
That's for Gracie.
Way to be a lawyer.
I take care of Gracie.
Just information.
Sheriff's vehicle. I did one-time money.
Yeah.
Which one?
128.
Yeah, and that kind of, if we give him the go ahead now, that kind of gets him ahead of the pack
Yeah,
too.
that was that Suburban.
Yeah, that he wants for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good one time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You're talking 128, you're saying he can order it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Get that ball rolling now. Waiting on him.
Josh is 290. Laptops. 12.5.
How many laptops is that?
Well, every one of them built is out because
Is it really?
IT had sent them for 3 years to upgrade.
Okay.
Nobody ever upgraded.
All right.
Now that's
5
laptops
laptops.
and
And all the
They're
stuff that
going
goes
to a
with it.
docking station. It's the one computer per person now.
Yeah, I that's about what mine ended up costing. It was a little over 2 plus or minus. I'm good to move that one. Let's do that one too. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Back to peanut butter and jelly sandwiches at the jail.
Yeah.
Planning and development, PC replacement.
Yep.
I think we tell them to do that one
You
too.
good?
Yeah, and that one there, we can tell them, once again, try it out of their own budget. If they don't make it, then we'll cover them, but I don't think we got, they probably will have the money in there.
Peter for extension.
Yeah. I think both of those, right?
which ones?
357, 361.
Oh, yeah. You gotta do that.
Okay.
No, just.
Okay.
Strong people, strong bodies, equipment. All about it.
600.
Y'all need to be working out more.
3.
I'm leaving, so don't include me in that.
Their garage door replacement.
I just take it out of one time this year.
She probably has money. Does she have money in her budget for that one, Patricia? For number 382 in EMS?
Yes.
Yeah, we should tell her to go. I think we should tell her to go ahead and do that. Now that's both of them, right? From what I heard today, that's that's both doors.
Pulling it out of her budget.
Try what she should have money,
There's EMS contingency.
so she should be able to do that one. The project don't know about it. Striker.
You know what? No.
We don't make nothing cheap in sheriffs or EMS. That's it, right?
What about that, crack center? Did y'all want to entertain that or not? I throw that on there because like whenever we need it, y'all need it and.
I don't got the money for it this year, but
I
there's,
usually once or twice a year, Brandon. I mean.
I know, but we all have to use it right there in the same window.
Yeah, that's the next year deal with Troy. Lonnie's out on that one.
circle back. I'm not.
I don't have to have it. I mean,
Yeah.
just.
I'm sitting there trying.
It's not a high priority.
Work another year.
We didn't make much headway on all
Make,
that.
make it work.
Make another.
Well, you know, we got rid of a
year and then you can deal with Troy.
Some people are gonna feel like they got something already. Got about 8.
Did you go through these one times that are crossed?
Yeah, I think we did. Okay.
Now, which one are you talking about?
I know we did. 'Cause
Judge, which one were you asking about?
Well, I was just asking if they scanned through the ones that I crossed out on one time money.
Yeah, that's when there's never many.
Shane's vehicle, Josh's vehicle. I didn't give Josh hardly anything because I wanted y'all to talk to him. I didn't give Shane's because it's kind of same thing.
Yeah. I think I like his idea of the little reporting. If it can be for everybody, I'm cool with that. I don't think it's a good year.
I looked at that a while ago and I think response back. So you
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, 100% agree. Something from them saying
His vehicle was basically for his,
little
part-time
deputy.
help, right? It wasn't his vehicle.
Yes, it's the part-time guy.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's-
we probably need to see after this constable situation,
If he's even gonna have one.
whether he's still got a deputy or not.
Some story.
If we're gonna take one, we're gonna take them
If
all.
we're gonna take one, we gotta get everybody.
Jane was at 276 was asking.
They got an incentive to work it out, don't
Yeah, there's 3 of them that do.
Do they not have rifles now?
I would recommend they come back with something that we
I
can
think
bite
there's
off.
rifles now, or the school needs to. School
Yeah, I
planting
don't
subject. That's why I
Care
did.
about buying a vehicle for somebody you ain't gonna have if that's the case.
I'm okay with 71 also, the out the exterior labeling on the JP2 Ag Extension Office. That's what that is.
It is what that is.
The 5685. I'm good with that one. Where are y'all at?
Bill's
with
on
that?
71.
71?
The signage.
Man, Bill.
Well, I'm going back to the scratch outs now.
This is the signage at JP2,
Yeah, it has.
5685.
Number 71.
All right. I'm back on 71. I kind of went back through to the scratch outs on the one times. I think that's one of the very few, I guess so let's look at that one. Where are y'all on 71? Then we'll go to 276. I think I'm good with 71.
Now,
Yeah.
You gonna do it out of projects or one?
Yeah, I think we did Icon projects.
so 71 now.
Yeah. All right. And then, Brandon, what do you see? 76. What about Gene's right? Where are you at with that?
Oh, let's go back to the next page.
Did I miss a page?
Okay, so let's.
don't you go in order?
Yeah, start.
Where are we?
Changed on page 10. So y'all,
Okay.
that the 150, if that gets done, it would be out of projects contingency.
What the heck are you talking about?
66.
No, we're not on 66. We're on 62 was 8417. That's 60.
Oh, I put my arrow to the wrong place. I was,
Yeah,
okay,
we didn't spend that much money.
all right. So,
62 was a now,
Yeah, 62 is a now.
the 84, yeah, and I've got that in there.
72 was a now.
Yes,
71.
71 was a now.
71, the
JP2.
5685 is now, and that's the only change I show on page 2.
Yeah.
2.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, all right, now we're over here to the next one. I'm showing DA's computers now
Number 112. Yeah.
and number
128.
128
Yep.
ordered now. And are there any more changes on page 11?
No,
Nope.
Page 12.
Mhm.
Only thing I'm showing so far is the the
90.
290 now and the 354.
That's it.
now. Anything
nope.
else?
No.
there's 4.
357, 31.
Computers extension and that strong body thing.
Oh, we can't do the one for the extension on the computer because it's a grant they get every year, so it'll have to be done.
It'll show up when it happens.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
What about the strong body? Is that a grant too?
No, I mean, that's equipment.
Yeah, they need that.
Could be now.
This court needs to go out there and do a little of that.
What are you saying, brother?
Hey, y'all join that walking club on with us.
Okay, so now on the,
Talking for y'all.
Page 13,
Try to help.
you're at 382.
I'm with you. I don't need to walk.
What about?
now
380.
382 is not on this page.
That's the garage.
Hold up. We're still on page number 12.
I thought we were off 12.
No, we're still on 12. What about the warehouse racks that y'all need the emergency operations?
What number?
Josh is coming to talk next week on his.
326.
326.
Josh is coming next week to talk about his racks and his support vehicle. I was over his department, so I just took the simple ones. And I was gonna let y'all make a decision on those.
He actually has enough money in his current budget for those.
He can have his racks, but.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm good with the racks already.
Anything else? Besides that
So now on that one.
that kid's been over there.
He gonna be there a while too, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Have you been in there since we got rid of cots?
Yes, I looked one day in there. Yeah, it looks a lot different, a lot better.
Man, it's getting there.
I heard y'all got a lot more room.
We're filling it back up.
Are you filling it up now?
What about?
We hit that place for Christmas.
Oh, man.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, let's recap page 12. Now on the laptop computers for OM and 9,000 racks now. The computers for planning and development now, and the strong bodies equipment now for ag extension.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, page 13.
All I had was
Road and Bridge.
nope.
No.
All right, y'all want to look through EMS?
Yep. We had number 382 as a yes.
Yes, now.
That was it, right? Yes,
Yeah.
no. That was it for that. That's it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a few.
Okay,
All right.
And Bart's gonna come talk to us. Said he was. Hey, did he sign up yet?
For next, 27th.
He's got several things on there. And Josh's truck deal talk about and
Man, he signed up for next court.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be here and he can justify the truck.
Okay.
Okay.
Now what, Patricia?
that's all I found.
That's up
Yeah.
to salary.
Now it's up to the salary.
That definitely helps. I think as with everything, getting those salary studies information back.
we talked about meeting next week, next Monday. I know the North and East Convention starting, and on Monday they were having a
Yeah, I wanted to go to that morning.
I did too.
Signed up to go. We can meet after lunch or mid morning. I don't know. That thing was started like 7:30 or 8.
Okay, I couldn't remember.
But there's a class for a bait. If y'all are going
Is that next Monday? You said?
next Monday.
I'm done scolding guys. Come through.
And where's that at?
It's at the North and East.
In Margaritaville and Lake Conroe.
Really?
Did you sign up for that?
I guess you did.
I did not. The clip notes.
Happening next week. I'll be down there. And if you're not going, you can go to, I gotta be, I was gonna say you go to HEC.
Okay, well, I'll look at the time of that. Y'all schedule flexible Monday?
Yeah, I've got nothing on Monday, right?
Oh, as long as I know it now.
If they get called off,
Y'all wanna try to do Monday at 1
I can do Monday at 1.
right now, tentatively, until we can figure out between us on the.
or the committee can get.
We got a rural transportation committee meeting at 2:30.
A Zoom?
Well, we'll take care of your budget stuff.
Yeah, we'll be sure.
Don't worry about it, man.
Yeah.
Go on to that. I would recommend you go to that and I'll take care of it.
I figured you would.
It'll be worth coming in, even if it's just an hour, hour and a half.
All about me and you, Brandon.
Andy over there mad at me about something.
Hey, he's already mad at you.
All right,
anyway, so-
Anybody, all right, any questions from media?
Are y'all meeting back?
1 o'clock.
Or
No.
We're
Or
gonna
a different
post another
court.
meeting for Monday, next Monday, right?
Any questions from commissioners?
Not at this moment.
All right. Then we're gonna no executive.
Yep.
All right, we're gonna adjourn.